Okay, so we are live with the GOAT format Clash of Champions tournament. Today we have here myself, Scully, with Massis.
Hey everybody. Cool. Okay. Are we getting into a feature match, or are we waiting for the everything to run up?
So let's see. I believe have they begun playing? I have to do the start thing, so probably not.
Probably not. No. All right. So round one is on the way. Here we can take a look at the bracket. So, Clash of the Champions. In order to qualify for this tournament, you have to have won a tournament, either any YCS, any FLC, GFC event, any ARG event as well. And so none of the people in this tournament are slouches because they've won a tournament here before. It didn't have to be in GOAT format either, to clarify. So any past or present champion was open to play in this tournament. And we have a bracket of 26 players here, including names like current #1 seed for the World Championships of GOAT format 2021, Lucas. Also got old-time favorites Dale Bellido, Kristopher Perovic, Paul Leviton. And some of the modern GOAT Titans in Delinquents here, winner of that, winner of the last FLC, I believe. Moxies as well. Carl Waite, Jonathan LaBounty, both a legend and a still active in the GOAT community today. Chris Flores as well, playing under the John Wick moniker.
And that's what we're going to start off here today with Paul Leviton versus John Wick, aka Chris Flores. So the Shonen Jump champion versus Shonen Jump champion.
Should be a fun one.
Team Rampage versus Team Overdose.
Mm-hmm.
Neither
All right.
are currently qualified for the World Championship.
And it looks like Chris Flores going first. Always love to see going first.
Yeah, so Chris saying, let's see what Paul gave you, because Paul is not active in the GOAT format community. I don't think we've seen him play at all since the World Championships in 2020. But
I actually played him round one in in the World Championships, and I didn't know it was Paul. I only found out until after the match. I was like, oh.
And Chris Flores has been very active. I think it's played in the majority of the tournaments so far this year.
Well, Chris only started with a T set here, and Paul is going in with a pot of greed, set a monster, and set 3 to the back row. And just going to get hit with a Heavy Storm. We'll see if there's a Solemn Judgment in the back row there. So Heavy Storm's going to trade for a card and 4,000 life points instead of 3 cards total on Paul's side. John would have lost his, or Chris, sorry, Keith. John Wick and Chris Flores are going to mix up both times here. He would have lost that back row if Heavy Storm resolved. But after Solemn, going to flip up DD Warrior Lady. Going to try to attack here. Before that, though, we're going to hit Magical Merchant with Nobleman a Crossout.
So maybe Paul is still on his same deck from Worlds of Bazoo Return. But no more copies of Magical Merchant for Paul in deck.
It looks like there was just the one, or maybe the other one could be hanging out in the hand.
Paul could have just responded no more in deck, but is going to choose to reveal the one in hand.
That was very nice of him. And Chris just going to get in here for 1,500 life points. Drop Paul down to 25 after the Solemn Judgment.
We have seen recently these return decks doing pretty well again. Not a bad matchup against Warriors. Warriors like to keep you in this one-for-one card exchange of cards, and then return kind of just lets you blast away from all that by putting 5 monsters on the board at once, and
yeah,
one card generally isn't going to answer that unless it's Torrential Tribute or Mirror Force.
And when another monster hits the board, that Blade Knight, we're going to see a Torrential Tribute from Paul's side. Getting rid of both the Blade Knight, DD Warrior Lady, and Sangan here on Paul's side as well. So let's see what Paul searches for. Gonna grab a Magician of Faith. It makes sense for Paul to grab that there. Already sees Heavy Storm gone. Already sees Nobleman gone. And not going to be afraid to get his Magician of Faith Nobleman.
Right, and the Merchant in hand. John Wick, even if he has the Nobleman or an Exiled Force, has to then decide, well, is that the Faith, or is it just the Merchant?
Yeah. So maybe that play of showing him the Merchant in the hand might be might have been the right thing to do here, to play a mind game with Chris. And no follow-up after a set from Paul. We'll see if this is Magician of Faith. And it wasn't. He did play the mind game. So we're going to see Magical Merchant resolve here. Check the top of the deck for Paul's own Heavy Storm. And now Tsukiyomi is going face down, or is going to come to the board. Flip that Magician of Faith. Jeez, Magical Merchant face down. But Chris may have a response here. No, instead it's going to let it resolve. Tsukiyomi's going to come through. But Sakuretsu Armor going to take care of the Tsukiyomi, so we're not going to be looping any of our flip effects.
Paul thinking here, maybe does want to keep this loop live with a counter card. Not going to happen. So John Wick ahead on life points, but Paul
doesn't have a monster on board.
Yeah, Paul in a better board position here for sure. And still has a lot of generating cards between the Merchant and the Faith that we know he has in hand that he got off Sangan earlier.
Chris just thinking here. What could he possibly do? Maybe try to summon a Blade Knight? But trying to fight through 3 back rows is a tough task. Especially after Heavy Storm's gone. Well, Reinforcements of the Army is going to find him something here.
So, like, Blade Knight, or maybe a Mystic level 2, could potentially, like, deal with the Set Merchant and the Faith in Hand. But, like you said, that means 3 back rows. So do you just take the Exile to snipe off this and hope to have a different answer later?
I don't know. Because you could run the Exile in the Solemn just as much as you could run, like, whatever normal summon you're going to try to attack with into a Sakuretsu armor. It depends on just like what card you want to trade for.
Not to mention you're putting a light in Paul's grave right now too.
Right. I don't know if this is going to be the return deck if he's doing something like Magical Merchant with Tsukiyomi.
Yeah, right now it's feeling maybe like a Go Control with Solemn Judgments.
He could have returned from the different dimension here, but I don't know if it's the Bazoo deck that he ran at Worlds.
And Gate Guardian is going to be joining us on stream for commentary now.
Alrighty.
Our hero. The professional.
So still searching here. Gotta resolve this Reinforcements of the Army sometime. It is a decision, for sure.
So gonna go with the Blade Knight.
Blade Knight coming down. Maybe set another 1 card in the hand, make it big. Actually, there's really no reason to do that right now. Maybe there is because... Oh, well, there's the Solemn Judgment. So either way, they were going to trade with Solemn here if it was going to get exiled or the Blade Knight or Mystic. I guess you probably should have set, if this did resolve and they were going to let it go, you definitely should have set to play around Ring because that would drop Paul to 500. But we're going to see a Solemn fight. Solemn, you're Solemn.
Yeah, so John Wick could steal this game with steals a rough word to use there. Could win this game with a Ring of Destruction at any point now as well.
And there's the Ring of Destruction. So put him into the range with it. It doesn't look like Paul has an answer to Ring.
Yeah, that was well played by John Wick.
Yeah. Chris Flores. John Wick in the chat. Yeah, outplayed. Little banter between the two. These guys know each other, so yeah, no ill will between.
This is a rivalry that a friendly rivalry that goes back over 15 years.
Decades.
Gate Guardian dealing with a little technical difficulties will be joining us shortly, hopefully.
Professional difficulties.
Professional difficulties. Yeah, all of our difficulties of dealing with Discord. Which, as many of you know, just decides to stop working sometimes.
But it's still a great platform.
Oh, I love it, but...
None of the brackets have been updated quite yet.
I've been up some of them so it can just start as well. It shouldn't be too bad.
Yeah, and John Wick asking Paul here is like, "Are you running control or return?" Because it really wasn't clear yet.
Looks like one match just finished. Delinquent is moving on, defeating Vince. I can't say that last name. Let me try to find it though. Vincent Bellafiore. So interesting little tidbit. Both Vincent Bellafiore and Calvin Tahan are playing in this tournament. They both qualified for this tournament by winning ARG Richmond 2016. That was 2 separate events. They split it up into 2 days at 2 events there.
Yeah, I think they just held an ARG there twice. In the same
Oh,
year.
I thought it was just at the same time.
I believe they held 2 ARGs that year. Maybe someone in chat could correct us.
Either way, both of them won ARG Richmond in the year 2016. Vince has been doing a lot more judging recently in this remote duel era. I'm not sure if they were still judging before that. Glad to see them out here in the tournament. Not out yet either. They are. This is a double elimination tournament as standard for a lot of our GOATformat.com tournament events. Once we make it all the way down to the grand finals, that the winner in the players on the winner's side of the grand finals only has to win 1 match. They have to be knocking the losers first. It's a tough road ahead in the losers bracket, but we have seen it done before. Believe in the Obelisk tournaments, Jonathan LaBounty already has their invite to the World Championships with by winning an Obelisk tournament from our Academy League. Won it from losers bracket. But we're gonna start game 2 off here between John Wick, Chris Flores, and I Bluff Too Much, Paul Levinson. And Paul's just going to set 1 card and be met with Chris's Delinquent Duo. And Duo is going to hit Ring of Destruction. It was a great hit. Card 1, John Wick the last game. I know Paul was probably going to keep it in hand, the slow roll it, try to win this one with it. Get rid of a Blade Knight as well. And it looks like Moxie's actually has lost round 1. To Sean Montague. Sean Montague, the 2010 North American National Champion.
So now seeing Blade Knight, so really, still tough to say what Paul Leviton deck is on right now.
And it actually is. Blade Knight could have been a side deck choice, maybe?
Yeah. So,
kind of like an on-brand Berserk Gorilla. If you set your hand, you can attack over all the warriors mostly.
So Chris Ivan Flores here he's kind of got to just play this by ear as he goes of the cards he sees, because he can't think too deep. Well, this is going to help out a lot though.
Oh yeah, Trap Dust Shoot. Super powerful here.
Delinquent Duo and Trap Dust Shoot.
Paul, not on the stream etiquette here. Not going to banish their hand.
So Paul's hand is Delinquent Duo, Kaiku the Ghost Destroyer, Tsukiyomi, and Blackluster Soldier.
Yeah, sort of forced to take BLS there, I think.
So you're leaving a light and dark if you don't, one way or the other.
Yeah, you got 2 darks in hand, so you got to get rid of the BLS at that point.
Yeah, leaving the Tsukiyomi's rough though. Interesting choice to burn the Compulse here because it's not gonna be a real answer for the Tsukiyomi.
And they got Duo anyway, so they're just gonna Duo main phase too. You might have well just kept it.
Well, what he can do now is he can't even leave it set because the Kaiku will run it over.
Might have to summon something alongside the ninja.
Yeah, the best bet is that he drew another trap.
He's nugging the top of his deck here. Be really interesting if Paul opened Delinquent Duo and just decided not to play it. Well, that's a great top deck.
That's a better card to draw.
Yeah. We'll see if Paul has a Solemn, though. Doesn't look like it. A Solemn there would have been pretty good.
Yeah, we don't know what the last mystery card is.
But it doesn't look like any other monsters to add to the board on John Wick's side. Just going to attack in with Ninja.
And a possible disconnect here from Paul.
And it looks like they're back. I hope they're back.
They're back. Thank the heavens for the reconnect feature has been added to Dueling Book.
Okay, so a set card from John Wick's side, and then Tsukiyomi coming down on Paul's side. Gonna try to finally pick up this ninja, which is successful. And then another card in the back row. So we know the hand is Kaiko and Tsukiyomi, but 2 unknown cards that John Wick has got to tackle. Even after that pot agreed, it's still not looking too good. Compulse just didn't seem like the right answer to the Tsukiyomi initially. Torrential hitting a Shura Priest. I think you were too low in life to really let that resolve. 2 hits from the Priest is going to take care of you. And that clears the way for Kaiko. And Kaiko's met with Book of Moon.
Not a strong answer.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to have the outs to these monsters that kind of just like are going to stick around. But no men follow up.
That slight pause there from Paul, you gotta wonder if there is a Solemn Judgment set. Though Paul, I'm sure, is not looking to lose to a Ring of Destruction again this game.
No, sir. And here's Big Blade Knight. Gonna eat 2,000 life points from Paul's side. in ring range once again. Tsukiyomi's going to come down, see if it picks it up. There's the ring.
Yeah.
And Paul's going to be forced to solemn this.
Solemn's there this time.
Yeah. So all that's going to trade. Precarious position, though. If John Wick top decks Ukazi, that might be good enough. A lot of back row here from Paul's side.
Yeah, so if Paul can drop a monster onto the board, he'll be in a great position. No summon from John Wick. Gotta think it's Chaos Monster sitting in hand.
And finally a monster for for Paul's side. But it's just a set monster. Now, if that's a Magician of Faith, what could it get back here? Just Duo. Which isn't going to be good. Blade Knight coming down here off the top for Paul. And a magic cylinder.
Wow.
That is something uncommon.
So it's gonna force another solemn here.
No solemn on John Wick's side to reply.
Would have been a cool win, but it's not gonna do
But
it.
Magic Cylinder is not actually that bad of an option in Warrior Mirror matches. They both play Solemn Judgments. If you're going to Solemn fight each other, you're going to get into these weird positions where you're down in these pretty low life point ranges, and a random Magic Cylinder on something like Blade Knight could just end the game. It's like Ring of Destruction number 2.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, not as ubiquitous, but...
And this Snatch Steal here, the Solemn was burned? Okay, but it's a Sinister that's walling, not a flip monster.
Mm-hmm. I don't think he would have set the Tsukiyomi in the position that they were in.
So now the life point gain is going to start for Paul here. This duel is not over yet.
I wonder if you just let this happen, like you just sit on the Blade Knight. Because you have the Tsukiyomi in hand, you could deal with it right away. I guess it really depends on what the draw is. And it looks like that's what Paul's going to do.
So Ring and Magic Cylinder now burned. John Wick has got to get to lethal damage.
I can't believe you said "and Magic Cylinder."
And it looks like Calvin has lost in the first round of the Clash of Champions.
Looks like they lost to
The South City duelist Stevie.
I just want to remember what event they won. I think it was a YCS, but where's his name? He's at the top here. So YCS Chicago 2015 winner, Steven Lara. I believe that he went back-to-back, so he came in second in either the YCS after Chicago 2015, the one that he won, or right before it. He won Chicago, but
Paul now back up to 2,350 life points.
Yeah, scapegoat from Paul's side.
The Snatch Steal was played on the Blade Knight, and then no damage was put in after that.
Mm-hmm. See if this is a tough task now. Scapegoat backed up by 3 additional back rows. You know Tsukiyomi's in the hand. And Sinister Serpent as well.
Yeah, how high will the life points get for Paul here?
GD Warrior Lady, good body. Tsukiyomi can't really deal with it. Gonna be able to eat 2 goats here if there isn't a response.
The Sewer Priest already burned. John Wick can now start dropping Chaos Monsters, though. We've actually only seen 2 monsters be played by Paul so far.
We do know Sinister Serpent's in the hand, as well as the Tsukiyomi. 2 cards that we were unsure about. Bunch of back row. No Chaos for Paul. Their BLS was sent back to their deck. Ooh, they're Smashing Ground, and Smashing Ground's gonna get rid of the DD Warrior Lady here. What an interaction! That's gonna keep the Snatch Steal equipped to Blade Knight. Still gonna gain life points off of this.
The question is if Tsukiyomi is gonna come out and drop that Snatch Steal, or not, to try to take out that Blade Knight, and that's the real question we're gonna ask ourselves now.
It's about to be that time, sooner than later, but Paul's ready to gain another 1,000 life points next turn first.
By the way, finally that's Skate Guardian joining us after tons and tons of technical difficulties.
Tons. My apologies for my technical issues.
That's alright.
Some fun woolly banter going back between these 2 Overdose teammates. Arguably one of the toughest teammates, toughest teams in Yu-Gi-Oh! History between Paul Leviton and Kristopher Flores.
I don't think they're both overdose. I think only Paul's overdose.
Oh, that's right. Flores is not.
He's Rampage.
But Rampage. But Leviton, last YCS, I remember winning with the Gladiator Beast, and that was when that deck started to really take over in the Yu-Gi-Oh! World. And this was before Geysers came out. That was his last tournament that he won.
So Paul was down to 350 life points and is now up to 4,350 due to Snatch Steal.
Sitting pretty here.
We were looking at lethal damage from a magic cylinder just 4 turns ago.
And at this point, is Flores going to go a little bit more aggressive just to try to stop this life point gain that Paul has been getting?
He's
4 turns of it.
He's been trying.
Oh, there's BLS. BLS will be able to take care of the face down, which would probably Sinister Serpent, if it sticks. Paul still has a Solemn Judgment left.
It is interesting because he could have tried to attack the face down first, so he must really think it's Sinister.
And then reinforcements of the army to follow up with. Apply additional pressure here. Don's Luke, I think that's a good pickup to have. This forces out Mirror Force, and since you summon the Blackluster Soldier in defense, it's not going to get picked up by the Miraphors. And if you don't have any response to the Donzalug, then you're just losing a card out of your hand.
And he knows Torrential Tribute is gone, too, so he can make that summon fairly safe.
Mm-hmm.
Paul's got a big decision ahead of him right now. As you can see in the chat, there's a lot of woolly banter going on between these two. No love lost between these two gentlemen. Chris making reference to Paul's teammate Kristopher Perovic, arguably one of the best players of GOAT format.
Ooh, okay, so a Duck Tornado.
And there's that Team Rampage reference being made now by Chris.
Just Tornado target the Snatch Steal. That'll switch the Blade Knight over so the attack doesn't happen. Donzalug can still attack a Goat, but you're okay with that. BLS already used the effect, and you still have your own Snatch Steal. That must be what the MST might be for, to hit another back row if they have a Snatch Steal either face down or in the hand. Take that BLS. And hitting the one closest to the Jack underneath BLS. That was a Torrential Tribute. Okay, so what can Paul do here? We know there's a Tsukiyomi in the hand. 3 unknown cards. It was Brain Control face down.
So we're seeing a lot of unexpected tech from both duelists here today.
Ooh, I love a Brain Control. I think this card's super good, especially versus Warriors. If you can Brain Control something like Donzalug or something like Blade Knight, or heck, if they have like 2 1800 monsters on the board, you can crash them into each other.
Or even DD Warrior Lady if it's still up there too. So there's a lot of utility involved with Brain Control.
Yeah, it's either gonna get rid of 2 monsters on the board, or you're gonna Brain Control something useful, and they're gonna be forced to do something like that Compulse play.
Now, Donzalug is the only dark for John Wick.
See if Paul notices. Another Brain Control could come out, and Don could hit and take care of the BLS.
And a few turns ago, he didn't even have 800 life points for that Brain Control.
And right, he just had to set it.
And I think Paul is realizing this now too.
Tsukiyomi on the Blade Knight.
So he is going to give him that Dark Monster in the graveyard. He might be ready for that BLS to come down then.
3 back rows is a lot. No Heavy Storm yet for John Wick. 1 Solemn Judgment left for Paul.
Wonder if there was a different sequence that could have played around the Compulse better. Doesn't look like it from what Paul presented. A lot of banter going on here. Someone should probably tell them shut up and play.
It almost feels like watching a celebrity version of a game show where there's a lot more talk going on between the contestants.
BLS coming back down from Jannick's side. And Ball's just going to banish his guy immediately.
Well, the only answer would be Solemn Judgment, so...
And then Tribe Infecting Virus.
So the
Dropping Paul back down to 1950.
The 16 bringing him down to 1950. We know the Suki can clear the Tribe, which does give BLS the ability to attack direct for a game, but... 3 back rows.
I doubt that that's going to go through. I would think that Paul's got to have something. Yeah, smashing ground. So, if he had smashing ground before, shouldn't he have just used smashing ground to begin with?
Compulse.
But yeah, the compulse, and then it just
he was trying to attack for game with the brain.
Okay. Because I was thinking that, okay, the smashing ground would fizzle, but it doesn't target, so it would just kill the Donzalug. So BLS gone. Jannick a 1 card, but Tsukiyomi the only monster for Paul here. Jannick's got a top deck out of this.
No more darks for Jannick.
Take a look at the bracket here. Looks like Perovic won their round 1. Going to take on the Nano here in the next round. NB96 also won their round 1 match. FDS won their round 1 match as well. And another bracket update. Sean Montague has taken out the Linquent and knocked him in the losers bracket, so...
Third Solemn from Paul here on a breaker.
Well...
If Jannick has a Solemn set, it's probably a good time to use it.
That would be a very good time to use it. It says a lot about what these back rows may be. And just in another bracket update, Dingo Sig taking round 1 over Crash Vault, Kyle Lopez. And we'll take on Lucas. The winner of Lucas and Dingo Sig will go on to actually face Sean Montague in winner's side. And there's Solemn on the Solemn, as you were saying, Scully. Is this enough for Chris Flores to take out Paul Levinson here in the first round?
3 back rows, you gotta wonder how many of those are bluffs and how many of those are actual traps that can create a difference in this situation.
Well, if you're calling Paul on his username here, he seems to bluff too much.
The mighty Mirror Force has not been used yet.
All now mocking Chris.
And it was Scapegoat.
Definitely not hitting the right one.
Scapegoat showing up for Paul here. Keeping him alive. So Tsukiyomi can deal with this. They can brain control if they have another one. 975 is enough to break control again.
Yeah, snatch steal also game here.
There's Kaiko. That's going to shut off Chaos Monsters.
Man, I'm feeling a game 3 now.
And I think you get rid of BLS and Tribe. Yeah, that's definitely the best two.
Well, I think I would have got rid of the breaker.
You can't get rid of Breaker. It's not in the graveyard.
Right. So I would not have gotten rid of breaker because I'm not a cheater. Yeah,
You would have tried, and then someone would have said no.
What to do?
There's the Exiled Force.
No,
Now you can attack a goat here and try to hit Kaiko, or you can just be safe and just hit Kaiko there.
Oh, he's going to go for the 2-for-1 here.
This is kind of losing the game for yourself here doing that, isn't it?
Yeah, that didn't seem to work out. Unless you have a real back row. Mirror Force is gone. I guess it doesn't matter because we have Heavy Storm on Paul's side. We're going into game 3. So multiple scapegoats
That was a crazy
kept
game
Paul
too.
in the duel. Had to fight through BLS twice. His own Blade Knight. Magical Cylinder and Ring of Destruction.
And Chris kind of throwing that game away there at the end by attacking. Like he knew that he missed the good card with the breaker when he hit the scapegoat, and then he just attacked into the Sakuretsu.
Some more bracket updates coming out now. So down all the way in losers, Vince Bellafiore is out of the tournament, losing to the Moxies. And Johnny Lee actually has advanced in winner's side, defeating Jonathan LaBounty. Johnny Lee's going to take on Carl Waite in the next round of winners. Geist D also defeated NB96 in winners and is waiting for the winner of this match. Again, this is Paul Levinson on I've Left Too Much's side versus John Wick, and that's Chris Ivan Flores. Winner of this is going to take on Sparky Flary. Sparky, top 4 world's competitor, Go Format 2020 World Championships. And the winner is Sparky, and whoever wins this will take on Geist D in winners.
Yeah, some big names going down early.
Well, it's bound to happen.
It's true.
I mean, this is a tournament of champions. I'm pretty sure almost everybody here is a big name, so it's inevitable at this point in time.
You had to have won a tournament to be here in the first place.
Conversation between these two being entertaining.
A lot of talking going on. A lot of trash talk in this match.
You got to wonder if the same amount of conversation is happening between all the other matches.
I don't think so. These two guys are notorious for talking.
Yeah, and a lot of these guys do know each other on a personal level as well, so they're a little bit more open in this sense, considering how tightly knit the group of players that we have here today. And this is just an example of one of them.
Finally getting game 3 here. John Wick's going to go first. And Delinquent Duo to start on Chris's side.
Both players opening Delinquent Duo last game.
I mean, Paul survived Duo and Dust Shoot. See if he can do that again here.
Paul in the chat making reference to using a die to determine the card being plucked out. Remember, back in the old days, we would just pick it out at random, but now in current Yu-Gi-Oh! For a random choice, everyone just flips a die nowadays.
Man, another opening a dual Dust Shoot. And as much as Paul is jabbing at Ivan about using the dice, it really did cost him that game of what the dice landed on, and then him just ignoring, like, he kind of fell apart after that, after attacking with that exiled force.
Yeah, it might have just been frustrated. So we'll get to see the hand. Hopefully, Flores types it out for us.
Yeah, 2 games in a row opening Delinquent Duo, Trap Dust Shoot. But Paul got out of it once. Can he do it again?
Paul saying, I wish I drew powerful cards.
Thank you for everybody tuning in today to check out Clash of Champions. We're at about 120 viewers. Awesome to have you all here. So Sakuretsu, Chaos Sorcerer, Blackluster, and Kaiku.
Would imagine that the Kaiku is being selected here.
I think it's the Kaiku. I mean, it does have the light in the graveyard already, so it is kind of tough. Because any dark top deck at that point makes the hand of Chaos live. It just makes you play like very differently. Having 2 Chaos in the hand already is kind of awkward. But an advantage is that if you send back Kaiko, there's little resistance on your opponent's side. They only see the Sakuretsu armor, so you could summon something that you're fine getting Saku'd. Yeah, so...
Alright, so John Wick has perfect knowledge at the moment.
An MST on it. I play Pot of Greed too. Oh, and Kaiko is the perfect answer here. You're going to be able to banish it and just turn off the 2 Chaos Monsters in the hand. So, Paul Leviton's got to hit a lot of cards in a row here.
He also needs to take off 1,800 life points.
Too busy typing in the chat to be bothered.
And after Pot of Greed, what do you think is the best card in this situation that Paul can have right now? And Graceful.
Super mega graceful, so he could like draw 6 cards and discard 3.
Snatch Steal.
Actually, maybe Scapegoat at least to buy some time.
Well, double Kaiko is coming out here. These Kaikos are on a mission to kill all the ghosts.
I've had Paul on my podcast before, and now he's a fitness advocate, and he's got his own podcast, the Healthy Happy Human podcast.
Well, looks like Duo Dust Shoot was just too much for Paul's hand to handle. Gonna admit defeat here.
Congratulations to Chris Flores on taking that match. So take a look at our bracket here of where we want to go next.
feel like all these games are in progress. Maybe we go over to Carl and Slash Tap?
Sure. It seems that Calvin has been eliminated 0-2 from the tournament.
Delinquent defeated Calvin down in loser's bracket.
Oh my gosh, these sleeves.
Yeah, Carl with some with some sleeves here. All right, so looking at this board position, we got some spies clogging up the board for Carl and a deco in defense. Looks like a Desert Sunlight was used on Carl's side. Wonder what game this is in. I thought this was one that just started. This may be game 1 still. A nobleman a crossout coming down from Carl's side is going to be met with a solemn judgment on Johnny's side here.
And that's the second one that Slash Tap has used, already down to 950 life points. So already fighting for his life and facing down 3 monsters. Not with high attack, but definitely backed up against the wall already.
Slash Tap did just defeat Carl's teammate John LaBounty in the first round of this event.
And Dekoichi going to flip here. Drawing a card for Slash Tap. I have to think that they got to have something here. Looking at the graveyard, a Call the Haunted? I don't think so. Regeki Break. That's a good one to have. Getting rid of Magician of Faith in the hand. It's going to be able to survive another turn, it looks like. Setting themselves up for Chaos. And here comes a Chaos Monster down. Just a Chaos Sorcerer. Johnny's got the Choose Zones button on.
Yeah, not a feature used by many players.
I wonder if that's a tactic.
I would say it could be. All these little micro things that come up, especially when you're playing online, because there's only so many ways that your opponent can get or give information.
Summoning in attack mode. Not going to use the not going to attack with it, obviously. Just going to banish these face-up monsters, and then setting another monster on their own side.
And speaking of micro details and everything like that, the Dave Chappelle sleeves are really distracting right now, just taking focus away from everything. And this could be a strategy on Carl Waite's part here to maybe throw off his opponents, because Dave Chappelle, very entertaining comedian, but that face is definitely turning my attention away from what it should be doing, which could be a ploy in this case.
Dekoichi going to switch over to attack mode, try to hit this face down. And that's Magician of Faith. It's going to get back the only target, which is Heavy Storm. Another set monster for Carl's side. Only one dark in the graveyard for Carl. Chaos Sorcerer's effect targeting the deco, just gonna get Book of Moon. Johnny's gonna take some time to think about what they want to do here. A Nobleman of Crossout coming down, hitting the other monster, which is Sangan. I think that's a good pickup. But nothing else. 2 back row, I guess you're not, the shields aren't completely down.
I think Carl's completely content with slow rolling this game, considering he's got the massive life point lead right now.
I don't think Carl's uncomfortable. I think the pressure is on Johnny to make some moves here. They've
And
already
despite Carl,
used 2 Solemns.
yeah, despite Carl knowing that Slash Tap has a heavy storm in hand, that he can at least maybe commit to the board a little bit more, just because Slash Tap has 2 back rows on his end. Unless that's a way for him to bait him in.
Ooh.
Who knows?
Knight Assailant getting back a spy. Believe it got back a spy, right?
Yes.
Yes, it did.
But there's no spies left in the deck.
Yeah, one is banished and one is in the grave.
Also interesting, Carl. There's 2 Upstart Goblins in the graveyard for Carl. So those 2 Solemns that resolved were from 10,000 life points. And Chaos Sorcerer finally going to banish the Deco after a turn.
Yeah, we saw John Wick using Magic Cylinder as a choice to get an extra burn card in the deck. Like, the GOAT format has turned into, with so much Solemn Judgment being played, a format where you're playing with very low life points very early on now.
Magician of Faith on Carl's side.
And this is going to be an interesting choice now, because he also has Heavy Storm available to him if he wants to try to go for the kill. You know, Scapegoat can't be chained in this situation if he plays it, but what can he do? He's going for cross.
Oh, I love that play. Just getting back the knock, being able to deal with this face down right away. You probably have something in the back row to protect your Magician of Faith. Tribe Infecting Virus is a good one. Yeah, going to be able to discard this Dead Spy. This puts a light in the graveyard for Carl as well, if this resolves. Johnny is going to think on this one, though.
Thanks.
Book of Moon gonna go onto the Sorcerer.
Oh.
Chaining Ring of Destruction, and then Regeki Break on your own Sorcerer. Oh, man. But it doesn't matter, because... Oh, it does matter. Because
yeah.
You hit the Tribe instead of... Wait.
No, he has to hit the Sorcerer.
He has to hit the Sorcerer, yeah.
But he's got a Gnome and a Cross on his hand, too, so he can just do that on the set monster and just attack for game.
Oh, man. Unless it's like Big Shield Gardna.
Right, yeah, this is just game.
It's just a frustrating position. Maybe the sequencing was wrong if you use the Regeki Break first.
Well, there's no reason to. He used it. He used the book to try to protect the protect from the tribe. Yeah.
Unfortunate, but that was game 1.
Very interesting to see all these teched out decks so far.
I really liked that play from Carl. Instead of, I feel like a lot of players will just see the power card in their graveyard and will go for that. But it was, given Carl's hand, it was probably right to just go for the Nobleman across out, and I think that's what won him that game. For those unfamiliar, Carl Waite is part of Team Rampage. Has a lot of tops in Premier events over the course of Yu-Gi-Oh! History. Doesn't have a win. Qualified for this tournament, though, through winning a Go Format Championship last year. And it's going up against Slash Tap, a.k.a. Johnny Lee. Winner of... What ARG did they win?
Philadelphia 2017.
Ah, yeah, 2017. Johnny Lee, prolific writer for Yu-Gi-Oh! I think he has some other event tops as well. Definitely, yeah. I think his most recent top was with Sky Striker True Draco, one of my favorite decks to play.
So this event, Clash of Champions, is happening about at the 6-month mark from the World Championship. And probably the closest level to that kind of World Championship competition you're going to get all year for GOAT format.
Yeah.
Where every round you're playing against a champion.
Pot agreed for Johnny's side here. Then a T set, but not in the T set position. Carl going to start with Thunder Dragon Graceful Charity. Just a little bit better than Pot of Greed T set. Discard those Thunder Dragons out of the hand that they just picked up.
Very
Upstart
easy
Goblin.
choice.
I think this might a little bit of irony here. So I think Johnny Lee is, I'm pretty sure they're pretty close with Patrick Hoban. Patrick Hoban, one of the legends of Yu-Gi-Oh, kind of innovated modern sensibilities on how Yu-Gi-Oh decks are built nowadays, particularly with Upstart Goblin. Just putting as many Upstart Goblins as possible in your deck. Now, this doesn't always apply, but something that is a debate still in GOAT format, whether it's right to play Upstart Goblin or not. I know Johnny actually was part of a startup with Patrick Hoban, and I think the startup's name, like in French, was Upstart or something. Like that was the name of the company. So kind of ironic that they're facing down Upstart Goblins in the GOAT format Clash of the Champions here.
And that number 1 seed going into this tournament, Lucas, has just taken his first loss.
Oh, to Dingo Sig. Jeez. I would have to say that is an upset.
Quite an upset, I agree.
Nomad across out taking out Gravekeeper Spy, but only 2 of them getting banished on both sides. Interesting. So Carl may have another one in the hand. And maybe this face down is a spy. But no flip up of your own spy? Like, wouldn't you want to flip your spy first and then knock? Seems like a misplay from Johnny's side.
It could not be spy. I sometimes side out my 3rd spy going into
Oh yeah, you're right. It could be
because it's like kind of a flex spot.
Yeah, it could be.
Especially if you're not playing against warriors.
Then what the heck is this face down?
Johnny Lee's also starred in one of Simo's videos, and in a video entitled "This Video Will Make You Better at Yu-Gi-Oh!" going on for over 2 hours.
That's where they go over the deck that I was talking about, the Sky Striker True Draco.
Yep, that's exactly what happened. Yep.
Fun fact about that video, do you know who the cameraman was?
No, I don't.
MMF.
Ah. The things you learn.
I believe it was MMF. I could be wrong. They'll correct me.
So, gotta assume no Chaos Monster in Carl's hand, because he could have dropped it there before letting this Kaiku get flipped back up. But there is an answer for the Kaiku as well.
For the Kaiku, yeah, Regeki Break, Night of Sound, but
no flip
spot.
in grave.
No flip in the grave.
That Nobuna crossout really hurt Carl on that end.
I still think this face down's a spy. It just seems like that's the most obvious thing if this hasn't been flipped up yet.
Totally could be.
Pot of green now for Carl.
Know what else it could be? A Gravekeeper's Guard.
If it's a Gravekeeper's Guard and they're just slow rolling the guard here,
There's no reason to flip it if it's a guard.
that is wild. Chaos Sorcerer coming down, gonna attack the new set. And that's the Koichi. Could be Night Assailant.
This is a play that a lot of people like to question if you summon a Chaos Sorcerer against nothing but face down monsters, if you just use it as a beat sticker rather than for its removal effect.
If it can keep
Didn't
the
look like
board
they had any
presence,
pressure.
it can be worth it, but it is not your ideal use of a Chaos Sorcerer.
It is, and not to mention when you have another monster to set as well on top of that, like just what Carl did as well. You gotta wonder what is that face down, which would cause Carl to have a summon the Chaos Sorcerer with it as well.
Nobleman across out, taking out Dekoichi from Carl's side, and getting rid of 2 Dekoichis for Johnny here.
So Carl did lose his Thunder Dragons to Kaiku, so it's going to be very hard for him to get more lights in the grave going forward with Graceful Charity gone already. And Magician of Faith, probably one of his few lights left in the deck.
I would think it's like his only light left in the deck.
Maybe a DD Warrior Lady? Something that he sided in, perhaps?
Possible, yeah. Johnny's thinking here. Mind Control coming out. Great answer to the Chaos Monsters. Just gonna banish itself. And setting another monster here. So that one, I would... the only other flip that it could probably be is Magician of Faith. Okay, so if that's Faith, do you flip Faith here and get back Mind Control to take their Faith and deny them that flip? Or do you just get Nobleman?
Nobleman could cut off the lights permanently.
It's a high risk, high reward situation. I think I would go with the safe play and just go for the cross out.
Johnny, instead getting Pot of Greed. But this could work out, because if they get a Thunder Dragon, this turns on their Chaos Monsters. So they get Thunder Dragon, they can sack the Faith for an additional Light Monster for their own Thunder Dragon.
They're not going to draw another Nobleman, though. They could draw another Mind Control, I guess.
It was Gravekeeper's Spy.
And we know probably nothing big set here.
Oh, see, it just feels like you would have got super rewarded if you were going to either take the Mind Control or the Knock. I think this is still fine, but cutting them off of a flip of Faith is... I feel like it's just much better.
If you can set a Book of Moon behind this board here now, it's going to be a good position.
Oh yeah, for sure. I feel like they're going to get multiple sets, but actually just the one.
And Johnny also maintaining graveyard control with that play too, because there'd be no lights in the graveyard with that play that he made.
Right, which is part of why you saw Carl take Graceful Charity, not Pot of Greed, off of the Magician of Faith.
Has to find lights.
But even so, he can't summon a Chaos Monster with Kaiku out unless he's got some kind of out, like a Tsukiyomi, a Book of Moon, or something like that to clear this board. But with all the power cards that Carl's had so far, he really hasn't been able to mount such offense, because Johnny's just been able to stay with him step for step on every play and not let him, get any momentum going here.
Yeah, every little decent play that Carl gets, Johnny's been able to get it off the board and then keep controlling the grave. And Carl did dump the light here.
Another Upstart Goblin. But still has to find a way to deal with Kaiko.
You gotta think he's got something planned, though, dumping a Magician of Faith. Well, there's a lot of spellcasters on the board.
That is one way to deal with Kaiko the Ghost Destroyer. And Night Assailant will trigger to get that Magician of Faith back.
So is that a Book of Moon in the back row as predicted?
So, I think you gotta just book the Magician of Faith here. Carl did dump the Nobleman off of the Graceful.
If he's got book.
The only other card I'd be thinking hard on would be Solemn Judgment. Yeah, there's the book.
Was booked, yep. Now this this is tricky because it opens up the Carl's own mind controls if they have them. See,
wow.
Coming down.
Great play by Carl. Dumping the nobleman. Making him feel a little safer about.
I see Johnny's. I feel like I see Johnny's reasoning behind getting the pot of greed back, but at the same time, I feel like this all could have been avoided if he would have just got mind control or knock.
Yeah. He opened Carl's hand up. I let him get to Graceful Charity.
Unless they didn't have the Kaiko to begin with.
Oh, and I see that Chaos Source is going to banish that Magician of Faith, so that's
that is
supposed to be the other
super
light.
heads up.
Yep, the only light for Johnny.
Johnny's still not out of it. I mean, they have 5 cards in the hand to work with.
Great play that turn by Carl.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Definitely turn things around, but I wouldn't be uncomfortable if I was either player.
Wow.
Ooh, and then a trap dust shoot in the standby phase.
Now I might be a little bit more uncomfortable now if I was Johnny.
He may have, if both players win, we may have a Dale Bellido versus Chris Perovic match coming up.
We might have to ask them not to play.
Well,
boy.
Dale's got to get past Stevie, and Perovic's got to get through the
yeah.
before we can
if that happens.
promise that matchup for sure. The other one that is a possibility is right now Sparky Flair is taking on John Wick, where the winner would take on Geist D, who John Wick, Chris Flores did call out in the podcast that he was going to eliminate Geist D this tournament.
Oh, that will be. I don't know if I can watch another Chris Flores game, but at least this early. But
I actually had both Dale and Chris Perovic on my podcast last week, and we talked about the head-to-head matchups, and officially, at least in play, Dale is 1-0 against Chris, and even though they're good teammates and good friends, I'm sure Chris wouldn't mind evening that up a little bit if those two have to play each other.
Okay, so Dust Shoot revealed Sorcerer, Regeki Break, Regeki, Breaker, Snatch, and BLS. And Johnny decided to go with just Snatching, which was met with a Ring of Destruction and then no follow-up after.
Well, he can't summon a Chaos, so...
Right, okay, the Breaker was taken with Dust Shoot, that's why.
Yep. Mind Control, we know this isn't a Magician of Faith.
It can't be Magician of Faith. It's gotta be...
Oh no, he got it back with Night Assailant. It is Magician of Faith. Okay. So this duel is still on. Carl with only 700 life points.
Now you should get back Pot of Greed.
I mean, Snatch could be lethal, but that'd be really risking it.
Ooh.
Wow. And the Pot of Greed gonna trigger the second Trap Dust Shoot.
Do you think that other back row from Carl Waite could be an MST or a Dust Tornado to contend with that Snatch Steal?
Well, the Snatch Steal is gone. Are you saying if he had gotten Snatch
Oh, that's
Steal?
right, yeah. Yeah, if he chose to get Snatch Steal, yes.
So this Regeki Break gonna ditch the freshly drawn Thunder Dragon. I'm not sure I understand why you Regeki Break that there.
Because they had 2 Chaos Monsters in the hand, right?
Right, but
So they Regeki break and put the light.
I see. I was thinking he needed a dark. He needed the light. Okay, makes total sense. Yeah.
In that case, our sorcerer is going to be enough.
Going into game 3.
That was a really good Regeki break.
Yeah, it was.
So Johnny just kind of dominated a little bit early there and was able to play out of it even after a really nice comeback from Carl's side. I don't know if the life points gained off of Upstart mattered that much, but definitely I think helped Johnny play a little bit. Like, they were never in an uncomfortable life point position due to that.
And all these mind controls really make this matchup tough.
And mind control definitely was a big factor in that game,
if
too.
Carl had just not set that Magician of Faith that was mind controlled at the end there, he would have just been able to attack for game.
Yeah.
I think they're more Magician of Faith working for the opponent rather than the owner in that case.
The best time to see Duo in this matchup, turn 1, by far, because it becomes a very... Wow, they're going to hit pot.
Whoa, that is a huge duo.
Duo becomes less and less good as this matchup goes on. John Wick will be taking on Geisty. Dale has also advanced. That bottom bracket could lead to either Geist or John Wick versus the winner of Dale and Chris even.
An upstart follow-up from Carl after the duo. Duo hit Nobleman and Pot of Greed.
Carl can set that monster with a little more confidence with 1 out being gone.
And then a duo from Johnny's side.
Now, if your opponent discards Nobleman, do you set your Magician of Faith turn 1? Or do you think they have mind control?
With mind control around, I don't know if I would do it, but if it was just Nobleman, I knew they didn't play mind control, then I would probably set it a little more.
Both players discarding all spell and trap cards for these delinquent duos. And the spy is gonna hold Carl up a bit here.
Spy definitely one of the more safer set monsters that you can play. There's a lot of security going behind having that card put face down and just adding extra presence and building up a wall.
Yeah, like, and even if it's mind controlled, and your opponent does have spy in deck, you're still gonna get your wall back at the end of the turn, so it's not the worst case thing to happen.
Definitely one of the worst cards in my mind to be hit with Nobleman across out. Both these players playing very defensively here. We haven't seen... I think we've only seen 1 declared attack so far from Dekoichi on to Spy. It's been nothing but just passive play between these two players.
Yeah, Carl down had both his Rugeki breaks Nobleman. And is going to use up Night Assailant and Ring here to clear Johnny's board, but have a nice chunk of life points to take out. Neither player getting to a Thunder Dragon yet.
Either, and now we get a weenie rush coming in from Carl. Double Day Koichi, Night Assailant coming in, clearing both the spies with Ring of Destruction and Night Assailant. Oh. And Trap Dust Shoot now is going to rip another card out of Johnny's hand, and you gotta wonder how good is Johnny's hand to be able to come back from this. Seeing how one monster's gonna get stripped from virtually seeing barely any from him.
We saw him do it twice in a row. Wow, Graceful's in that hand. Okay.
Yep.
So this was about to be a very good turn for Johnny. It still might be, but...
Yeah.
I'd imagine the Graceful has got to be played down to get out of the situation, or else he's going to be in a very hurting spot if he doesn't play it.
This is kind of just like these cards like Deco, Night Assailant. I mean, Night Assailant's pretty good. It's a good Man-Eater bug. But like Deco, they're not really like, they don't pressure, you know?
Well,
it's not something like a Blade Knight or a Kaiko that's really doing a lot in particular matchups. Like, you could take hits from these guys and be fine.
Especially when your opponent's giving you 1,000 life points with Upstart Goblin.
Yeah.
Alright, these three cards are going to make a big difference for how this duel goes.
And if a light monster gets discarded, will Johnny bring out the Chaos Sorcerer in his hand? But first, let's see what he's going to discard. This is going to be very crucial. Johnny really taking his time on what he's going to discard. These might be some crucial cards. Or
he needs a light.
Yeah, he definitely needs a light for sure. Or he's just maybe not happy with his draws, which is why he's taking his time and figuring, okay, what's the best case I can make with this worst scenario?
He also decided here to get rid of 2 cards that Carl knew. So now the only card that Carl knows out of this 4-card hand is Chaos Sorcerer.
What if he's putting all of his eggs in one basket with this mind control, hoping it'll be something that can help him out? If it's another pot of green.
Well, he just looked in the graveyard, so it's that Magician of Faith.
Immediately looked in the grave. That's not good news for Carl.
Could we see another Magician of Faith?
Oh, I believe so. That is rough.
Sure enough.
Here it comes.
It almost feels like setting Magician of Faith at this point is a detriment.
Getting back the Pot of Greed instead of the Graceful. I don't know if that's necessarily the best play. I guess it really depends on what is in his hand, if he already has Thunder Dragon or not. But he would have just fired Thunder Dragon off.
He would have also taken Graceful.
Ooh. There is Thunder Dragon, so he must have drew into it.
But that is the light that he needs for his Chaos Sorcerer, because he did
multiple lights.
So it is live now.
If he discards another one to fail to find, he could summon BLS and a Sork. Look it in the grave, get it banished light and dark.
I'll give you that Chaos Sorcerer we knew that he had earlier.
So Johnny has seen 5 cards new since Carl Trap Dust Shooted him.
Sorcerer gonna get rid of the Magician of Faith. Okay, so So his hand doesn't have a way to deal with the whole board. So just going to play it safe, get rid of the Magician of Faith, cut him off from light. There's Thunder Dragon, though, off the top of the deck. And this puts him up to 3 cards, so Johnny can't respond with the Trap Dust Shoot. Oh, and then a Snatch Steal. Do you have a Book of Moon or Regeki Break? Regeki Break would be really, really bad.
He does have Regeki Break. Oh no, he discarded one of them.
He discarded one of them.
I mean, anything is really bad because Carl's only other 2 cards are Thunder Dragons. Either this Gambit works or his board's going to start to fall apart next turn.
I feel like a Book of Moon might be in one of those back rows. Or he's got something to stop this Snatch Steal. I get a feeling he's not going to. This is not going to go through.
I think we saw Solemn Judgments game 1, right?
Yes, we did, because a double Solemn Judgment.
Yeah, I think Carl's in deep trouble here. That Mind Control and Magician of Faith really putting in work. See if Carl's not going to attack the face down monster.
There.
What would you banish in this case with Chaos Sorcerer? Is the Night Assailant or the Dekoichi?
Well, I'm flipping Faith first and getting back Graceful.
Definitely.
Why does he not get back Graceful?
Well, he's already exhausted two of his Thunder Dragons.
Thunder Dragons. Okay. Yeah. I'm still thinking that's the third one. Jeez.
Yeah. So I feel like he's not going to get as much utility with Graceful as he would with Pot. And then finally, we get to see a Magician of Faith resolve for the owner rather than the opponent this time around.
That's really funny, actually.
It's been an ongoing theme in this match. We've seen Magician of Faith helping the opponent more than the owner. But finally, we get to see one resolve on its own here.
Targeting Night Assailant. I like it. Is a Man-Eater bug. Those decos you don't really care too much about. You can probably clear them anyway. We just knew that there's... Is there just Thunder Dragons left in the hand for Carl?
Yeah.
There's one Thunder Dragon.
2.
For Johnny we know, but it's just
2.
Thunder Dragons for Carl.
Yeah. Carl
one
needs
for
to
Judge,
draw
super
Pot
Carl.
of Greed and Graceful Charity.
For real.
Where Johnny has seen both Pot and Graceful.
And gonna summon Thunder Dragon. Puts another light in the graveyard. And just attack a deco. So that is light and dark for Johnny, or for Carl. But Carl's got to top deck out of this. So we're just gonna see a set monster. Could be Spy, could be the third deco.
You know, and Carl really did come prepared as he could for mind controls with his main deck Desert Sunlight, but didn't have it when he needed it.
I think Thunder Dragon's attacking the face down to see if it's something it can take down in battle, because if it isn't, then Chaos Sorcerer can contend with it and banish it.
It was
like
just Sinister Serpent. And then main phase 2 gonna get rid of the deco.
Yeah, I don't think Carl plays card destruction either.
if he does, do you think you would have sided it out in this matchup, considering that you're just giving your opponent some good cards as well?
Well, here's a way to use these discard cards.
Yeah. No negation of the summon, so gonna use priority, retain priority, use the effect of Tribe Infecting Virus.
You think that could be another Magician of Faith?
It's about to
Sangan.
It's close.
I mean,
They're best friends.
Carl is in at least a better position than the turn before, but has still got a lot of work to do to catch up on this card advantage.
And Johnny knows that Carl does not have another Mind Controller Nobleman in the hand, so if he chose to set a monster, he could probably set it with a lot of confidence.
And the number one
Knowing that
seed,
it probably won't work against him.
the number one seed in this tournament, Lucas, has been eliminated.
So no three-peats for... I think he was on a streak of going like back to back to back. BLS here, is this enough?
Yeah, that's gonna do it for Carl.
That is indeed. He's just trying to see what the top card of his deck is.
So see everybody, opening Delinquent Duo and Trap Dust Shoot is not auto win. As Carl just did it 2 games in a row and lost.
That was really well played by both sides, though. No, I don't think there was anything that was super out of place there. I think maybe some plays from Johnny's side I didn't necessarily agree with before in game 2. But this game 3 was really good, really well played by both of them.
Alright, so we're going to catch the end of the Nano versus Kristopher Perovic so that we can follow the winner of that match into the following round against Dale.
I'm down for that. If I can find either of them.
That's what I'm having trouble with right now. There it is, closer to the very bottom.
It looks like they are just finishing up.
Oh.
And Chris wins the match, so we are going to have Chris Perovic versus Dale Bellido.
Okay.
Dale was looking on too in this match to see if Chris was going to win or not. And sure enough, we're going to have an overdose matchup here. Maybe our newer crowd won't know as much, but definitely the older crowd would know that Dale joined Overdose a little bit later on in the team's longevity, just to be a part of Team Super Friends, which was a team consisted of the top Canadian players, or at least rather the top Ontario players that were around, and then it was Dale Lazaro and Matt Peddle that went off from Team Super Friends to join Overdose. And it was broadcasted finally at the Shonen Jump Championship Columbus.
So Dale is going to concede to Chris.
Of course.
Yep. So, other matchups we have going right now. We can check out Moxies versus Stevie, who I think are pretty into the game already.
Let's go for it. All right. So Moxie's bringing his Patented Warriors, representing the LRG Lifted Research Group team. And South City Duelists looks like they're on some sort of chaos control. Seem to be well into the game here. Wonder if it's game 2 or 3. Normal summoning Sinister Serpent so they could flip summon the Tsukiyomi and attack for 11. Dropping Moxie's down to 13 here, even with 3 back row. So,
and even though Moxie's knows that set monster is now Sinister Serpent, probably not going to see a Nobleman, but there it is as part of the back row.
If they must have Stevie has to have some sort of information if they're going to make a play like that.
Yeah.
So has to assume that a lot of those could be bluffs. There's a heavy storm coming out.
Could this be the finishing blow here?
Well, if it's not, it's going to foreshadow a Solemn. Trading for 650.
Tsukiyomi being the only monster we know in South City Duelist's hand. But is there another one?
Pot agreed right off the top.
There are no lights in South City Duelist's graveyard, so there could be a Chaos Monster in the hand as well. But this could be the break that Moxie needs to get himself out of this funk. Partner Graceful, how many times have you been able to play that during GOAT format back in the day?
Both players down to under 20 cards in their decks here. South City just needs to get in that last 650 damage. Has not used Ring of Destruction yet. And Moxie's only has 1 Solemn left, and we see a Book Engrave already, so gonna have to be very careful about not getting Ring for death here.
So Pot Graceful getting rid of Ashura Priest and Heavy Storm to stick a Blade Knight on the board when they know that they have Tsukiyomi in hand.
Yeah, you gotta believe this meta now is gonna force this.
I feel like you just should have kept the Ashura Priest. If you know that they're on goats, you can deal with all the goats there. Ooh, attack mode creature swap? Wow.
Well, there's another spot where a Sewer Priest is better. And the Compulse is going to turn off the swap and leave this goat stuck in attack mode.
You can't put the goat face down with Tsukiyomi.
However,
they have another monster, though.
That is 1 less card to protect from Ring of Destruction.
That's right.
And that Compulse countering the swap was huge. It turned into a 2,000 life point swing.
Here comes Tsukiyomi, going to try to deal with the Blade Knight here, but Sacrifice to Armor was the pickup for Moxie. He's going to be able to take care of Tsukiyomi. So that Blade Knight might be sticking around. Starting to slash up some goat tokens.
You know, it's going to be a little bit more valuable for Moxie's now knowing the Tsukiyomi is finally gone, and that card is very problematic for any kind of warrior deck.
Breaker gonna get solemned.
Still no White engraved for South City, so.
Yep.
I'm gonna put Moxie's down to 370 something, 325, whatever number you want, and it's not 0, so still gonna be able to duel here.
That was probably one of the best monsters that South City Duelist could hope for in that particular situation.
Not gonna blow up the goats with the card in hand. Now another chance. Do you stick a meta or another swap here? Oh, Thunder Dragon. To pitch for 0.
Get the light.
Battle would be lethal, but gonna go for Banish.
I like to play. Why take the risk? Gonna set it now.
And that was the card that Moxie's opted not to discard to clear all the goats.
And then another set monster.
I have to imagine the tribe is going to be flipped up and going to destroy Chaos Sorcerer here.
Depends on what Moxie's drew.
True.
Well, we will see tribe flip, and there's Kaiko. Discarding it for tribe's effect. Going to try to take out this Chaos Sorcerer. We'll see if Stevie has a response.
Very likely Stevie's set monster is a Magician of Faith.
Gonna attack a goat token instead.
Yeah, just in case it's a Gravekeeper Spy, because that would kill him.
Just because you have knock, and it was Magician of Faith.
Haha.
So that's gonna leave Stevie, I believe, with just Thunder Dragon in the hand. But if they have another creature swap...
Moxie's hanging on by the skin of his teeth here. I've been impressed with the way this game has gone for him.
And Metamorphosis of the last token. So that was game 2.
So Moxie's did lose round 1 of the tournament. Round 1 of losers. And this is now round 2 of losers. So Moxie's got a long road to get to finals if he's going to make it. And because Moxie's did lose to one of the lower seeds of the tournament, it also put him a bracket behind everyone else for the loser side. So if Moxie's wins this, he will have won the most games for the entire tournament of anyone played, and the most from loser side.
Tournament life on the line for both of these duelists. Believe Moxie's will elect to go first here. Taking his time. Just a T set. As one does. Actually, gonna add another to the back row as well.
Is there a dust shoot to open up with that?
No, instead we're gonna see duo on Stevie's side.
Stevie's deck looked like it was built pretty well for this matchup too, with the Mimics and the Tomatoes instead of Dakochi's to go against Warriors.
I love Mimic and Tomato in a control package like this. I was a hater at first, but after playing with it a lot, it's I think it's really good, especially with stuff like Creature Swap.
And also Mimics really discourages your opponents to want to attack into it because you don't want to give them free cards just like that.
Breaker coming down on Stevie's side, going to be met with Book of Moon after Duo took out Blade Knight and Tribe Infecting Virus. I would think those are pretty good ones to take out with Duo. Kaiko the Ghost Destroyer. Will this walk over? Assura Priest is the flip summon. Gonna pick up both of them with Mirror Force, attempt to at least. There's Solemn Judgment. And Kaiko gonna get rid of Breaker.
Pretty even game here.
And with Breaker being out, you not going to see that Kaiku get taken down in battle and at least in attack mode. There's a lot of monsters can't get over it with the kind of deck that South City Duels is playing.
Well, there's Tribe Infecting Virus, which will get rid of Kaiko. Fortunately, Assura Priest can attack over it. We'll see if it swings in here for 16, though. That is a lot of life points taken away from Moxie's. So Ring of Destruction looking pretty good for Stevie's side. And Assura Priest is the summon. And we'll get rid of the tribe.
Not an easy card for this deck to answer, Assura Priest.
It's really the hardest card for you to answer that they bring against you.
Yes, it takes away the effectiveness of the Mystic Tomato and kind of run right through them. And going back to the hand also makes it a lot more difficult to deal with.
Can this Nidoria cut Moxie's life points in half?
Now, Nidoria just got Sakuretsu Armored, and Assura Priest is going to continue to apply pressure here. Just kidding. Sakuretsu Armor of Stevie's own. And Pot of Greed off the top. Is that met with a Solemn Judgment? Now, Moxie's is going to let it go through. Is there a light in Stevie's graveyard? No, there's just 2 Darks and Tribe Infecting Virus. But doesn't have to deal with Assura Priest anymore. At least the one he knew about. There's another Assura Priest coming down.
You thought.
Ring of Destruction is huge, though. Stevie already taking off the 17, regardless if it goes through or not. Moxie's got to think about it.
I don't think you can solemn this. Yeah.
Unfortunately, yeah. I mean, they could Compulse, but that's a little awkward.
But now the ring is gone, so you can't lose to ring.
That is true, but something like a Sangan is now lethal. Ooh, summoning Exiled Force just to try to attack in. This could be met with a goat, yeah. And now, do you pop a token with this?
It is a questionable play if you do pop the token there because, yeah, now it's going to make a swap or meta potentially lethal.
Right, and this... So that's what he was thinking of, is if he wanted to book this. It could have also been a compulse as well.
Has the protection, but South City does still have a normal summon potentially.
Mm-hmm. Can't be a breaker to deal with the back row.
That Pokemon went rather quickly, and South City Duel's not really making an argument here to call priority to activate Thousand Eyes Restrict effect.
Well, it didn't matter.
Yeah, if you call priority with it, then it just the same thing happens.
Yeah, we've had there's
That's
always
just
been a lot of
so
arguments
awkward.
of it.
Unless that is Sangan and you want them to...
He could have just crashed it if it was Sangan. I mean,
maybe you wanted the light so that if you top deck a Chaos Sorcerer, you were just there?
It got the exiled off the board.
Yeah.
That way it didn't lose all his goats to it.
But you could have attacked the goat with your exiled and then popped the Thousand Eyes. I guess you could have just attacked Thousand Eyes just the same. And then there's BLS. Off the top for Moxie's here. Stevie's gotta find something. Second scapegoat in the end phase. No response from Moxie's.
2 back rows you think is going to be enough to deal with if he does get to the swap or the...
Heavy Storm, Graceful Charity. Well, there's Graceful.
Do you saw
One.
Moxie's just thinking about it. If he Solemns here...
The great thing about Solemn with BLS is your opponent setting cards is really the only issue that you have to worry about when you have BLS or when you have Solemn. But with the BLS, that's taken away. You just can't do anything.
Oh, and there wasn't a follow-up after the Graceful, so BLS can take out 2 tokens.
Got Light and Dark and Gray for South City.
Oof.
Graceful Charity. See what this grabs Moxie's.
Setting up Monster 2 knowing it's defenseless against BLS, you don't wonder if maybe South City Duels is trying to protect the tokens maybe for another metamorphosis. And then if you're Moxies, would you rather attack a token and then try to attack the set monster or banish the set monster? It makes Moxie have to make a decision.
Well, getting rid of the Dust Tornado is fine. Getting rid of Snatch Steal. And for Rhoda here... there's... For Mystic Swordsman. Okay, so Mystic Swordsman can just deal with this and then the 2 tokens if you don't have anything. There's Sangan.
So, Heavy Storm. Attack the Swordsman for game.
That would have been the play, but instead they searched Sinister Serpent.
Yeah, surprising pick there. Not a DD Warrior Lady, not a Mystic Tomato, not a... What is the rationale? Maybe
Yeah, you already used your Graceful.
Meta in
Yeah.
hand? Okay.
What?
You could also
Oh.
try to attack for game.
It wasn't game.
That's not game to... Oh yeah, to there.
It's only 200.
200, no, it
Swap?
wouldn't be enough. The only
Swap
other
would
thing,
be huge.
Yep. The only other thing I can think of for is just
Ooh,
the
light
Sinister
dark yourself for your own BLS.
Wow.
Ooh.
The Solemns are gone. Moxie's
The
ring
only-
wouldn't be game. Oh, there is
Moxie's-
one Solemn left.
Moxie would kill himself with ring.
Yep. Only other reason I can think of why he got Sinister Serpent is if he's hoping if he draws Metamorphosis, it's an out to the BLS.
Yeah. Because the goats were leaving.
Yeah.
I feel like he
I'm
drew
guessing.
BLS for turn.
Yeah, that's what I'm guessing because he had Tsukiyomi and then Sinister Serpent, then drew BLS.
And he's fine here because the
Moxie's
snatch
just-
steal's gone.
Yeah, Moxie's just dumped Snatch Steal.
And there's no dark for Moxie's either, so Chaos Sorcerer isn't a backup plan.
What a swing.
But 3 back row, Stevie still has to contend with. And was thinking on that play.
I wonder if the card that Moxie's was thinking of was Torrential Tribute.
Yeah, it's an option.
But I mean, he could have, if he had used it there, he would have been able to burn Suki. So I want to guess no, although that would open him up to a Sorcerer Summon, which doesn't go away here either. So
Well, we know
I'm not
Stevie's
sure.
hand.
this has got to be a Battle Trap here.
There's got to be something down here, right?
Book of Moon will be my guess. Oh, he's already exhausted 2, actually. My bad.
I don't think
Maybe
so. It's
not.
got to be. There's more likely to be Saku or Compulse
Okay.
there.
Definitely something that I figured it would be at least something that he doesn't want to activate unless absolutely necessary.
I mean, Stevie couldn't summon a monster at main phase 1. It just
Yeah.
had to respect Torrential Tribute, I think.
Mhm.
And now setting. This is either Sinister or Tsukiyomi.
Mhm.
And the back row to go along with it. Scary position.
South City doesn't have a light in the graveyard, so he can't resummon that BLS right now.
Probably
We could.
Sinister set.
Well, it could be Tsukiyomi. We saw a play earlier where they normal summons the Sinister and then flip summon the Tsukiyomi and try and attack. I think that was in the last game.
Either way, you want to set one of them so that way Tsukiyomi can set up for the game-winning attack.
Mm-hmm. MST gonna hit this back row. Is that the 3rd goat? No, a Sakuretsu armor.
No follow-up, though.
Okay, flip summon the Sinister. This also works.
Yeah, they're going to summon Tsukiyomi, put that Sinister Serpent back down, and try to attack
Mhm.
for a game. Either way, it would have been fine. Either monster you would have set would have led to the same situation.
And the 3rd Book of Moon.
So the next turn, South City can flip up Sinister Serpent, then flip up Tsukiyomi and put the Sinister Serpent down and attack
Yeah,
again.
that's
Oh,
Blade Knight. This has to flip down the Blade Knight.
it's a will.
Another Tsukiyomi.
Wow.
Will this deal with the Blade Knight? Yes, it will. Still no dark for Moxies. Just gonna try the same play again. Oh, but Thunder Dragon, that changes everything.
Right now, BLS is live. Tribute Summon for Thunder Dragon is live.
Mirror Force is still out there,
It could
so you
still
can't
just
necessarily go with both monsters.
Could go
I
for the
would
same
just tribute
play
Summon
still
Thunder.
too.
Yeah, you could do that.
Really, anything's fine because you can still main phase 2 BLS. With this play, you don't even have to now either.
Yeah.
Went
So
for the
s-
safe play.
Still looking for Torrential, but Moxie's just gonna say GG's. And the South City Duelists, Steven DeLara,
Great game.
taking out Moxie's here. That was a great game to watch. You're right, Scully.
Alright, so that leaves us with LaBounty is currently taking on Sparky Flary.
Hop into that. We could also watch. How far are they back in?
I do want
Not too far. There was the same thing.
Do want to see the winner of Geist and John Wick versus the winner of that versus Perovic, so we'll have them wait when they begin.
Yeah,
Johnny Lee and Sean Montague are playing. We did see Johnny earlier.
Between games right now, they're siding.
Who's siding?
Flary and LaBounty, they're currently in between games.
Okay, we'll watch them. You guys were ahead of me. I would. You guys were already there. Do we know what game this is?
I'm gonna ask.
Do not.
Sparky Flary is going first, so I assume LaBounty won the last duel.
Mm-hmm.
This is
Very aggressive.
This is game 3.
Ooh, very aggressive opening here from Sparky Flary to begin.
Yeah, I've heard different takes on if you should do this play turn 1, summon Kaiku Pass. I don't know that there's a total consensus on it or not. Especially, is it correct to Kaiku Pass without a back row? But
Sparky with the 7 tools. I like it.
Not the card that LaBounty wanted to hit, though. The Swiss Army knife was not going to take down this skill dark.
The widespread ruin does.
Double Kaiku's coming down early. The last time we saw this, it was a quick match.
Would you heavy storm in that situation just to get a second Kaiku attack in?
Well, if you're going to be able to put a nice back row behind it that you're not going to want to heavy later because of your card behind it.
And we did see LaBounty already blow through an MST, so...
I mean, I like it. You're taking 36 off of LaBounty's life points, and they got to deal with whatever you're putting up here.
Unless LaBounty had some form of offense to counter this, I wouldn't see him try to heavy storm that back row either.
There's an MST, just as good as a heavy in this situation. Getting rid of the Bluff Rhoda.
Not looking good for LaBounty.
Oh no, it's not. And then the Exiled Force is coming. Getting rid of DD Warrior Lady. Wow, Sparky just has all the stuff.
So, and you got to think a Dead Chaos Monster.
And a Premature Burial wins Sparky the duel.
Yeah, probably Dead Chaos Monsters in LaBounty's hand. The fact that he didn't go for Blade Knight there.
Sparky Flary taking out Jonathan LaBounty here.
Alright, so we also have Dale Bellido versus Carl Waite going. Or at least is up next.
Could hop into that.
I don't believe they're up yet.
No, I don't see them yet.
Oh.
Let's see, is Slash Tap?
And I believe that loss takes out knocks LaBounty out of the tournament.
It does.
Oof.
I don't think the the Johnny Lee game is up yet.
Alright, so I think the only one up right now is John Wick versus Geist.
Interesting game position here. Geist has a loaded graveyard of some goodies. The Dark Mimic, Creature Swap, Tomato Sandgang cards I like to see. And Zaborg, the Thunder Monarch. But John Wick has a Chaos Sorcerer on the board. Just added Skilled Dark Magician. He's going to try to break through this T-set. Magician of Faith for Geist side.
Not the best single card choices for this Magician, though.
It is an interesting spot. Whatever you pick is going to say a lot about what's in your hand. I think most importantly is that it gets a light in the graveyard, because that's what Geist is missing.
Geist, who went on a tear in 2020, we have not really seen do well since then.
Didn't Geist use the Chaos Warrior deck to go on that tear too?
Yeah, Geist pretty much the one who put Chaos Warriors on the map.
Do you think Geist has a level 1 monster in their hand, considering they took back Metamorphosis?
There's some stuff in Geist's list that I love, but just looking at it. Like this Brain Control here.
Oh.
So now with the Metamorphosis in the hand, they're going to be able to use the Chaos Sorcerer, banish this, and then Metamorph the guy.
Ryu Senshi.
No, get Darkblade.
Are you getting Darkblade too? Yep.
Doesn't matter what you get, you're just killing them.
That's gonna do it.
I guess you can't get Ojama King. You have to present that you have a lethal level 6 in there. Yeah, Darkblade. That would have been my choice. And John Wick, not out of the tournament, but saying that they will be back for Geist D. So we are going to probably hop into here. Geist D, we'll see more of this deck versus Chris in a moment.
Who's a tiger kitty? No, thank you.
They report their loss yet. John Wick looks like they're reporting, and then hopefully there should be a game up soon.
Carl and Dale is up now, but we can start watching that match. But I do want to see Chris versus Geist.
Oh no, the Chris and Geist match is up.
Oh, it is up? Okay, great.
Yep. So we'll get to see more of this Geist deck that I really like.
So Chris Perovic versus Geist D. Dale did scoop to Chris, so Chris got here by defeating Nick 12, the Nano, and will now take on Geist. So it'll be Nice feather in cap to defeat both Geist and the Nano in the same
And
tournament.
this is winners semifinals. And on the other side of the bracket, we're still waiting on Johnny Lee and Sean Montague to play their match, I think. And Geist is going to start off with setting a monster. Delinquent duo from Chris's side. Gonna get rid of a Magician of Faith and a Sinister Serpent. So, Magician of Faith is okay pickup. I don't think you want to really hit that one, but it puts a light in the graveyard. And you obviously don't want to hit Sinister Serpent. And there's Mimic level 1, gonna draw another card for Geist. So the duo, maybe not very effective versus Geist this year.
Always a great feeling to have Sinister Serpent in your hand when you're getting hit with duo.
It's better to just draw the card back that you lost with Dark Mimic.
Yeah, that too. So Geist not really skipping a step in a sense.
Here's Ashura Priest, and that's gonna. I'll follow it with a creature swap.
And now by putting this, like, it's always better to swap the Asura than the Mimic, but by having both on the board, if Chris does, like, Disrupt with a Regeki Break or something to destroy one, the swap doesn't fizzle at least.
Yeah, it gets rid of, like, you might get the crappy Mimic. And now Chris is thinking, because if he wants to use a Regeki Break or something here, I would think.
No, he says
Or,
he's letting it resolve. I guess Geist is deciding if he wants to give the Mimic.
asking, do you play level 3? Would be able to level it up. I think I would give you the Ashura Priest here.
Yeah, I mean, almost certainly.
Because that almost guarantees that they have to attack Mimic and that you can keep the face down. If they don't, then you just level up your own Mimic. Chris could use Regeki Break on his own face down. I don't know if that's the greatest play in the world.
Not likely. But I'm sure
Okay,
it's happened.
end the turn. Chris is going to go to 4 cards in hand now. I really love creature swapping in an environment where a lot of players are not playing Scapegoat. Tribe Infecting Virus coming down. It's a little bit awkward because we know that there's a Ashura Priest in the hand. You can use this effect to get rid of the Mimic. Not retaining priority. Just going to attack here. Attacking the face down. Maybe it's Sangan? And then a Sakuretsu Armor coming out.
It being saying it's a pretty good call there.
I think so too, if you'd want to protect it like that, especially since you have a Ashura Priest to be able to take out that Tribe Infecting Virus as well.
Gonna level up the Mimic here, so now if that Mimic dies by battle, Geist is gonna be able to draw 2 cards.
Gotta love actually getting the full value of the Mimic to level 3.
Oh, it's such a good
Not something that happens every duel for sure.
such a good thing. The only complaint I have about Dark Mimic level 1 is that there's just no like super rare printing of it. It's just a common forever. Just makes my deck uglier.
If only you can get some reprints, maybe in like speed duels or something like that, and with a rarity bump, then I'm sure you'd be a little bit more happy with that, huh?
you might want to pick a different product. So Sangan was the back row, or the face down on Chris's side. Not the best creature swap in the world. Gonna be met with the Mirror Force. Chris is gonna get Sinister Serpent off of his Sangan. Sure, Chris is okay. I mean, Chris clearly okay with doing that, but probably a little bit frustrated that they didn't normal summon the Ashura Priest as well.
I'd still be very happy with that situation, nonetheless, because you get your Sangan effect and you get that Mimic off the field.
And you're back to even cards after you duoed them.
Yeah.
And saw that they had a Sinister. So, and then they recovered even further with the Dark Mimic.
Mm-hmm.
Plus, that Dark Mimic level 3 is not going to draw them 2 cards.
Exactly, and you don't really ever want to attack a Dark Mimic level 3 unless you're going for game, and that taking that off the board really takes a lot of pressure off.
If you have BLS, it's way different. Here's the Ashura Priest now. No flip summon though. See if Chris has a response. Doesn't look like it. Sakuretsu armor for the Ashura Priest. Geist is going to pass it back after getting Sakuretsu armored. Chris is going to draw and pass. See how Geist follows up here. Just another set monster. Well, he hasn't flipped that monster that they initially T-set with after the Mirror Force. Might be a huge tell that it could be something like like the Sinister that was hiding out in the hand.
I think this waiting game is going to benefit Chris in the longer run because he really hasn't had a lot of monster presence at all.
I think so too. That being said, Geist could try to be playing conservative versus Chris and not giving him an opportunity to like capitalize on like putting out too many monsters. Gonna flip up the lunch pail here and draw a card on Geist's side, and then poke in with the Mimic.
If you're Chris and you don't have a monster to really play, would you summon that Sinister Serpent to attack that Dark Mimic?
I'm not sure.
Well,
It's a tough call because then you leave yourself vulnerable
to another level 3, right?
Yeah.
Could lead to another level 3. But then if you put that Serpent out there, you're vulnerable to DD Warrior Lady, any kind of Chaos monster.
Well, MST on the back row. Snatch Steal. So you could Tsukiyomi this down and get your own flip out of it, and that's what's going to happen.
That's exactly what it is.
It's going to reset it as well, so...
And he could flip it too.
Yeah.
And if this survives, Chris can get his own
Goblin
Mimic
from
free.
Chris. Oh, did they top deck that?
Oh my.
Oh, what's the Sinister? Attacking in for 12.
Swing of momentum here.
Still even in cards, though. Chris gets an extra 1 because they're drawing into 7. Let's see how Geist responds. Snatch steal of their own.
Gonna be
This is
no
This is
MST first
interesting.
though, like how Chris had.
yeah. Well, Chris can't respond with an MST. They could Regeki break. Will we see a similar play with Geist's own Tsukiyomi?
If it is a break, let the Tsukiyomi put it face down and then chain the Regeki break on the snatch steal. Just to be very crafty.
Yeah, because they already committed their normal.
Exactly. Not the case, yo.
Well,
But
that's interesting that he did that. Maybe he thinks that Chris is on level 3s themselves. I don't know if Chris is.
during the games I've seen Chris play, he has had a history of playing Dark Mimic level 3.
Regeki break is going to take out the set Bookamoon instead. Chris will get 1,000 life points back and the Sinister Serpent back to their hand. This is an awkward position for Geist, I would think. Now, Thunder Dragon.
But we don't know that Chris has a clean answer to this Mimic, because you can't Suki it. Well, you can.
You can get a card out of it.
Yeah.
I mean, he can hit it with Sinister Serpent, but again, that leaves it vulnerable to Chaos Monster or DD Warrior Lady.
Mm-hmm.
So he does have an answer. It's a matter of does he want to use the answer?
Yeah, it's whatever works best for him. So we know the hand is 2 Thunder Dragons, Tsukiyomi, and Sinister, and then 2 cards we don't know about. Possible Chaos.
You could hit it with Sinister and then set the Sinister with the Suki, or with the Warrior Lady and then set the Warrior Lady with the Suki as well. But we haven't seen a Nobleman from Geist yet either, so...
You can't summon 2 monsters in a turn.
Oh, right. I'm thinking if he sorcerers it and then sets.
Oh, yeah. That would work. So he's going to heavy storm it back so that it goes back to Chris's side. Then Tsukiyomi flip it up, get the other draw, attacking for 12 again.
Like
Set in the back row.
That Dark Mimic does originally belong to Geist.
That's
Going
the funniest
back
part
and
about
forth
it.
so much, some people might be losing track of who's that belong to.
Whose lunch is this? Wow, and then the Book of Moon so that it draws it again.
Just to keep drawing.
Oh, man.
Excellent play from Chris Perovic. Just
That was so good.
maxing out this Dark Mimic level 1 to no end.
And it's not even his Mimic. But this is going to let Geist set his whole hand now. Because that Heavy Storm is gone. Chris has to contend with 4 back rows and a Sangan still. And Chris did not upgrade the Mimic, so it may not be on level 3. But Mimic very valuable in defense versus a Sangan. I already know this is going to be a long one.
And he could have summoned Tsukiyomi too to put that Dark Mimic back down again. So setting a monster instead makes you wonder what is that monster that he put down. Frontal Tribute is gone on Geist's side, which probably would have been the best situation had he summoned Tsukiyomi. So Chris opting for that set monster must be very valuable.
Flip it up, Nobleman across out, gonna get rid of Dekoichi.
Oof.
So that might say something about Chris's deck then. If they didn't level up, they might not have access to scapegoats and metas. And
You just want to keep that draw train going, no pun intended.
well, that's risky.
Or perhaps he was just trying to bait out the crossout. Or he was okay with that. He's okay at least with that card being hit.
Well, versus 4 back row, I don't know if you can summon into it like your Tsukiyomi. Sukiyomi's in the hand for Chris. And with a Sangan on board, there's torrential potential.
Well, he's already exhausted it.
They already used torrential?
Yes.
He got hit with MST when he did the first snatch steal play.
Yep.
I know Chris is talking about how they don't look at the graveyard, but maybe they should. Because I certainly forgot.
Well, as Chris told me last week, he remembers pretty much everything that happened, so that he doesn't have to check that graveyard.
Well, they're playing around TT for... That's not there.
Yep.
Or does he know it's not there? That's what he wants you to question.
I mean, these are safe plays, whatever happens, but...
Yeah. Maybe he just doesn't want to lose the Tsukiyomi to a solemn judgment, considering how valuable that card is to Chris right now.
We're going to switch Sangan to attack mode and try to attack a face down here. I don't think this is going to work out in Geist's favor.
Uh-oh.
It's a Magician of Faith to get Heavy Storm back. Like I said, don't think it was going to work out for him.
No, and what could happen here is he could either summon Tsukiyomi to put down the Dark Mimic, or he could play the Heavy Storm. Either way, he's going to try to draw out that Solemn Judgment.
Yeah. I mean, the Heavy was... attacking the set was better no matter what, though, even if he knew it was Magician, because you don't want the Magician to get Suki going.
There is Solemn.
Yeah. But I think at this point in time now, the Tsukiyomi is free to come out. But again, he's going to play very defensive here.
Potentially another Magician set for Perovic.
Yep.
Yeah.
Another Magician. Maybe doesn't want to get hit with Ring of Destruction.
Scapegoat. Gonna goat lock himself, potentially. Could flip up a meta. Use the meta. There it is. Gonna flip. Gonna put Sangan into defense.
So Geist has still not been able to clear his own Dark Mimic level 1.
I mean, there was the potential answer to it, but that face down takes precedence over your own Dark Mimic.
Yeah, it's not like he's starving for Darks in the graveyard right now. But he does know that Tsukiyomi is in the hand, which could be the only reason why he would try to go after the Dark Mimic in this case.
Yeah, I mean, Chris really is starting to run away with this game here.
Ooh, a Ring of Destruction.
He's up in a lot of cards. He's up in a lot of life points. He's got pretty good board presence.
Well, Geist doesn't need to lock himself out anymore, thanks to this Ring of Destruction.
The winner of this match will go on to winners semifinals.
No, just winners finals.
Oh, winners finals. So this is winners semis.
Mm-hmm. And no follow-up after the meta. There's the second Magician of Faith.
But now
not looking too good on Geist's end.
At least Geist was able to use up some cards, whereas this Heavy's not as big of a blowout as it was a moment ago, but...
Still gonna grab it, still gonna use it. Be able to reset with Tsukiyomi in hand.
Chris' tribe is gone already, so he's gonna have to do a little more work to clear this entire board.
He's still in the duel, Geist is. But... well, now that Mirror Force is gone from this Heavy Storm, this actually opens up a lot of avenues for Chris. Be free to summon a Chaos Sorcerer or a BLS here.
What I love about Chris's style right now is that he's not being hasty. He's taking his time, and he's letting Geist make mistakes, and he's capitalizing on every single move that he's doing to take advantage of it right now. He is not rushing it. 5 cards in hand, he's been okay with slow rolling this game, and even though he hasn't really mounted any kind of offense whatsoever, Geist is behind in life points.
Pot agreed. Can turn things around for Geist potentially. Really depends on what these next 2 cards are. There's Mystic Tomato. Okay, that's pretty decent versus the Tsukiyomi that's in the hand. Getting back Heavy Storm again. Forces guys not to be able to set anything. And if it is, it needs to be chainable.
Yeah, now Chris is... If he's able to drop a Chaos Monster now, and he's got a lot of cards in hand to be able to do so, can start picking away at these monsters on board.
Well, Graceful Charity and with Thunder Dragons hanging out in the hand.
And Sinister Serpent.
And Sinister Serpent as well. Gonna get rid of one of the Sinister Serpent, or the Sinister Serpent. Let's see if we get rid of Thunder Dragon. Guess it's... Yeah, Spy, that makes sense there. Chris was hurting on some darks.
Dale Bellido has been eliminated by Carl Waite.
Looks like Team Rampage is going on a rampage down in the loser's bracket.
Well, if John Wick wins, he will have to face Carl, so...
Oh, no.
With it, neither of them have the world's invite, so you won't be seeing the scooping like you did of Dale to Chris Perovic.
And it was just a scapegoat. Maybe they were setting that to bait the Heavy Storm coming down?
Yep. I would think so. And instead gets met with a breaker, so...
Which is
Chris
much better.
Yeah, so he's getting the utility in. And I think that's just Chris just thinking steps ahead.
Well, they probably drew the Graceful for turn. I don't know if they drew the breaker off the Graceful, but makes sense to me. And not choosing to attack the tomato, don't want you to grab anything off of that tomato.
Yeah, especially when you have Chaos Sorcerer too, and as a monster, and you want to threat that tomato now.
So Chris is just gonna pass back. Has Sinister in the graveyard, still 2 Thunder Dragons in the hand, it looks like, and Tsukiyomi, along with 3 other cards to go along with that. Now, Geist does have some tricks, but it does involve committing a lot of cards. And when you're down like 2 whole cards to, or actually it's more than 2. Looks like it's like 5 whole cards to Chris's.
Yeah, it's definitely more than 2.
Yeah, I was looking at the.
And Chris is in nowhere near a range of losing to life points. Like, Geist may actually... Losing that go is actually kind of a big deal, because one of Geist's way to win this game could be deck out.
True, it is getting low. They're going to crash a goat. I guess you could crash for Mimic level 3 and get a draw?
That you could also ram Nidori into Breaker and take out the Chaos Sorcerer.
They
that could be a problem.
Could have Nidoria.
That's also going to be very telling on how problematic that Chaos Sorcerer can be if he does do the Nidoria play.
This is still game 1, though.
As you mentioned before, Chris was really slow rolling this game, making sure that the game goes at his pace and not anybody else's.
So we know Chris has Thunder Dragon and Heavy Storm in his hand.
Green.
Gonna grab the draw.
What is he hoping to dig for?
Meta.
Ramming his tomato just for a draw.
Meta, Graceful, Snatch is already gone.
Anything.
Torrential Mirror Force is gone. His own Chaos Monster. If he could drop his own Chaos Monster and, like, I want to say it's with Psalms behind it, but even still, you know Chris has Heavy already.
It's true. You can't necessarily say that he was doing that play out of urgency just because of the threat of Chaos Sorcerer. But it very well could be, knowing that he barely can't play any traps because of the Heavy Storm Chris has in his hand. I think he's really hoping for that Heavy Storm hit. He could hit a Sinister Serpent or a Thunder Dragon. Whoa.
Yeah, that's not the best duo.
No, very gutsy. I think he was doing that just to try to rip Heavy Storm out of the hand, because I get the feeling that's what Geist has right now, is a bunch of spell trap cards. But again, with the threat of Heavy Storm and no Solemn to back it up, it's not looking good for Geist right now.
Yeah, I mean, beyond Scapegoat, nothing's really going to save Geist this turn.
No, Mirror Force has been burned through already.
And even if it wasn't, the Heavy's in hand.
Mm-hmm.
There it is, Heavy Storm. Gonna pick up Goats. Activated here by some time. Seems like Geist is just trying to hold on as much as possible, see if there is a way for them to come back here. Yeah, but I want to see more cards, Chris says, after guys ask if they have a BLS.
And if Chris does have the BLS, it is game over. But would Chris actually draw the game out just to get more information for the next game?
And Johnny has won and it will be sitting in winners finals against the winner of this match. Man, I can't even think of a perfect combination of cards for guys to get out of this, so...
Tribe Infecting Virus would at least slow it down. Take out Sorcerer and Breaker.
Tribe with like a Solemn behind it, and then... I don't even know.
Metamorphosis would also be a pretty solid card in this situation.
He's got Suki in hand.
Yep.
And a back row. Maybe a sewer attack and then a creature swap play after?
Creature swap would definitely be a very good play here.
That'd be pretty good. Geki Break, though, going to take care of Assure Priest. And BLS of Geist's own.
So now here's where, if Geist's last card is Solemn Judgment, could have a path to victory.
It's true, just... There's the boss monster, you gotta deal with it.
Chris,
that's not a good sign.
Chris has Nobleman. Yeah.
Is this game?
Attack it with Tsukiyomi. We'll see if this breaker is lethal.
No more Scapegoats, no Mirror Force. One Sacrets has already been burned.
Alright. Somehow needs like a card that not even like a card that would gain him 1,000 life points, and then also Dimension Fusion his guys.
Just the lone return.
The return, yeah, that would do it.
Actually, even a return from a different dimension isn't even enough to clear all those life points. Adding everything up. Only 74.
Here comes Chris. Gonna summon both BLS and Spy. Guys looking at the graveyard.
All of the haunted, I'm guessing.
Nope, just gonna go into game 2. Jeez, that was a really long game 1. I think Chris made a lot of good plays there, and just picked apart the rest of Geiss's board to finally dwindle him down long enough. Secure the win with BLS.
That felt like a classic game of Go Control. Although Chris is on turbo, but...
That was just Chris playing at his own pace, not letting Geiss dictate the game whatsoever. And his patience just paid off. There was just some brilliant play coming on Chris Perovic's end.
So left in the bracket, as these two duels are side decking, Johnny Lee is waiting for the winner of this match to play winners finals, and then left in this event is Carl Waite waiting to take on the winner of John Wick and Delinquent, and then Nano is taking on Dingo Sig.
All right, getting into game 2 here. Let's see how Geiss tries to adapt to this.
Yeah, Geiss sounded a little bit deflating over the chat after that game. I wonder if he can snap back into it and see if he can put a dent in Perovic's armor. I don't think Chris at all thought he had lost any control of that game whatsoever.
No, that all went according to plan. Chris probably very happy to be this far into the bracket going up against a Go Control deck.
Yeah.
Also crazy to see Geist on Goat Control after being the pioneer of Chaos Warrior. Well, that looks familiar, huh, guys?
Yep. Jeez. Are we going to see a repeat of last game in its entirety?
Perfect. Now realizing that Serpent was discarded as duo from duo as the second card.
Here's a Sure Priest. Attack it over Sangan. Basically like what happened, kind of like without the creature swap play involved in the first game, but it was Sangan the set. MSTing the old set instead. Another T set from Chris. See how Geiss follows up. Would bet on a Shura Priest coming down again. Maybe this time they creature swap?
Nobleman would be fine here.
Setting before attacking. Just Sinister Serpent. Maybe attempting to bait out the creature swap, make it work. But Geiss not biting. sort of bit him last game. There's Trap Dust Shoot, so we're going to get some information about what Chris has.
Well, Geist is.
We'll
see if we get it or not.
So Knock, Regeki Break, Dekoichi, Snake, and Spy. Sending back Sinister Serpent.
So Nobleman, Breaker, Dekoichi, and Gravekeeper's Spy.
Well, I think it's Regeki Break, not Breaker.
Yeah, it looks like it from the way he sent another card. I don't think he sent a bluff knock. Because Geist would know exactly what that card was if that was Breaker. With the set spell trap card being bluff knock. So yeah, I think it's Regeki Break.
I mean, if it's Breaker, Chris could have just not summoned Breaker here and set either like Deco or Spy.
Yeah. But I'm saying if it was Breaker, then but if it was Breaker, that means Knock would be the only spell trap card he had in the hand, and that would be the only card to be set. So it's got to be Regeki Break.
I mean, it could still be Knock.
It could, but then Geist would just know. Then that's just a bluff,
and
provide no real utility for being set.
So the Regeki Break does stifle out creature swap here, if Geist has it.
But the Sinister Serpent did get thrown back, so it's not going to be. He's not getting the full utility out of it.
Well, setting first, following up with Metamorph. Gonna try to take this face down. We'll see if Regeki Break comes out for Chris. It's gonna be met with Regeki Break.
Yeah, so that's a good trade on Geist's end. We just got 2 cards just by using the meta.
You're gonna use the Knock, yeah.
Likely that Chris set the Dekoichi. So still gonna be a nice swing momentum on his turn. Geist could potentially Torrential here.
It is possible. You could Torrential...
Solemn.
There's Torrential.
Yep.
So Spy in hand, and then just an unknown back row for Chris. Going to draw for turn. Drawing Thunder Dragon. That's not bad. That does put a light in your graveyard you didn't have before, making Chaos Top Decks live. And you're going to set this Spy.
Yeah, how soon can Geist handle this Spy is going to be the question.
We know there's a Shura Priest. I guess immediately, because they have no...
And that played perfectly for Geist.
And then a set card.
Interesting.
Not a Super Piece 1700.
And Chris is drawing and passing, so gonna get a free flip if this is a flip monster.
That's 2 flip monsters that Geist was able to stop without getting their effects off, and both would be very valuable to Chris in this particular situation.
I think the Dust Shoot on the Sinister was really, really strong. Just not having the fodder for Regeki Break.
Only an attack for 100 and set again. So Geist not trying to end this quickly with these Super Priest.
No, just... They know they have time, though. Because they just threw the Thunder Dragon.
It's questionable, though, because you could be putting on pressure against someone that you know has all dead cards, compared to trying to set up a board more.
That's right. Then BLS now, from Chris's side, asking if the summon's good.
Either that or Geist may not actually have the cards to be able to pressure Chris like this.
We know there's a Shura Priest, at least. That
is true.
Mystic Tomato coming out. So Geist is going to upgrade Mimic for level 3.
Two Thunder Dragons in hand for Chris, and 2 unknown cards.
I was thinking Geist could do a play with creature swap with the Assure Priest like we saw before. this probably works out a bit better. Well, with Book of Moon, not so much. It does force Chris to use BLS on the Thousand Eyes, though.
Yeah, so Dark Mimic will get to live another turn, and that Dark Mimic's probably Geist's shield right now, so he wants to try to get that BLS off the board as much as possible.
I think if you're Geist here, you want to take that BLS and use it yourself.
Geist does have Light and Dark live as well.
Like I said, you might want to take that BLS. Brain Control set for Geist, going to use its effect to banish the BLS. So Chris is stuck with 2 Thunder Dragons and a face-down monster, going to draw for turn, and has to deal with a Mimic that, if it dies by battle, will 2 cards, but a face-down Thousand Eyes will deal with whatever monster that they put on board. So they sort of are forced to deal with that first.
Now the question is, what is this card that Chris has had set for so long?
He's had that set forever now.
Will Geist attack just for the 1,000 here? Try to drop the Asura Priest with it and potentially get Mirror Force or Torrential?
Yeah, Torrential's there, and you can't really put so much pressure on with Set Restrict and Dark Mimic.
It was just Saku. Okay, so Geist didn't add back Sinister to play around Dushu, which now he has to take a look and take a peek at Chris's hand again. And Chris is immediately putting a card back.
Mirror Force, his remaining card.
2 Thunder Dragon.
So we don't know what card they put back, but it was Mirror Force, and then they didn't set.
Unless that means Magician of Faith. Unless that's what that meant. But
oh, it could be Magician of Faith.
Yeah. A little ambiguous in what Geist is saying in the cards are in the hand order.
Yeah, I don't think you set Faith there.
No, I don't think so.
And just poking in with 1,000 from Dark Mimic. You could summon Faith and attack. If you have like a Book of Moon backup, clear the Thousand Eyes. I don't know how great that is. Finally adding back Sinister Serpent. Not going to play around Dust Shoot no more.
I want to try to end this game as quick as possible if I'm Geist right now before a Graceful Charity blows me out.
You might have Solemn for the charity. It might be Mirror Force then.
I think it was, and he just didn't want it to be obvious that he didn't want Geist to know forever with certainty that the card he set was Mirror Force.
Yeah, so now he drew an additional spot traps that he can set along with it, so now it's a guessing game.
Right, so just drawing one more card after that makes a big difference.
Mm-hmm. It's not like you're under any pressure at that moment because they're just presenting the Dark Mimic, which is just going to poke you. But Geist still playing it slow. Drew out the Mirror Force there, so you were right, Scully, is that card that they said initially wasn't Mirror Force to begin with.
Keep in mind, if his Dark Mimic dies by battle, Geist will get to draw 2 cards. So even if Chris wants to attack that Thousand Eyes with something, he's then risking the Mimic ramming in to draw 2 cards.
He is risking it now, summoning Dekoichi and attacking the Thousand Eyes. Like, Geist is going to let that go through. Could see the play here where they ram it. We could also see a play where Creature Swap gets involved, give them the Mimic. But there's BLS of Geist's own.
Is that back row a Solemn Judgment then on Geist's side, which this would be game if he can score both these attacks.
Yeah, if it is, he just goes for it. There's Book. And there's the Solemn. You called it. We're going into game 3 here between Chris Perovic and Geist D.
I think that turning point was even the Dust Shoots being able to scout the hands and then being able to take away Dekoichi and Spy, not letting him get both their effects off, which really put Chris in a very hurting position, knowing that he didn't really have a whole lot going for him with like dead Thunder Dragons in his hand and can't reach that Graceful.
Guys in the chat saying luck will decide. I don't think Chris has gone first in these games here.
Chris is playing a bit more of an explosive deck, having the ability to have Thunder Dragon, Graceful Charity, and Geist in a bit of a disadvantage going second as well because of Thunder Dragon, where your Delinquent Duo becomes much worse.
Although no matter who you are, getting hit with double dust shoot is definitely going to put you at a major disadvantage, and that's what Geist was able to throw on Perovic to be able to take this to game 3.
We're just going to get into it here. Thunder Dragon. And then a T set from Chris's side. Rikiki breaks online for Chris.
This is the first time we've seen Chris Perovic use the Thunder Dragon Turbo deck.
At least in tournament. I mean, he's definitely played it before. And just T-setting in response from Geisen.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's the best thing you want to do versus a deck, but if it's your only option, then it's your only option.
I think Perovic was expecting a trap dust shoot there to start his turn.
Maybe you want to hold the dust shoot in this spot? And no attacks from Chris's side.
And no more monsters set either.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, this is what Chris wants, is a passive game.
He wants his opponents to make mistakes so that way he can capitalize and then go on the offensive after. Chris has no problem waiting his opponent out. He's very patient. He's very calculated. Considering Geist plays tomatoes, I can see why Chris would not want to attack.
So end phase Dust Tornado, then use Dust Tornado to set a card. Gonna use Book of Moon to book your own guy down, Koichi it back, and then Torrential Tribute to get rid of Sinister Serpent and Dark Mimic level 3. That was a great use of the Torrential here.
Fortunately for Geist, one of them was a Sinister Serpent, so it wasn't quite as big as a loss as Perovic was hoping it would be.
Right, it wasn't two flip monsters that were like a flip and tomato.
Yeah. Or, yeah, the Recruiter.
This is the first game of... I was about to say it's the first game with sideboard in, but it's not. The last game was sideboard as well. We just didn't really see any obvious side deck cards from either player.
Yep.
But there is the potential mind controls from Geist could be brought in. Maybe a Sewer Priest brought in from Chris. Geist opting to keep in a Sewer Priest against Chaos.
I think it goes along if they're going to keep in creature swap, just being able to give them a spirit monster like a Shura Priest. That way, if they do like have a board position where, I don't know, they have like 2 Chaos Monsters or something, you can just deal with them both.
And in loser's side, Chris Flores will now be taking on teammate Carl Waite, as Chris Flores eliminated Delinquent in his zombie deck.
Delinquent did play zombies?
Yes. Unless they changed list last minute before I looked again. They had entered in zombies.
It looks like they did, based off of what I have. It looks much different from the FLC list, I'll tell you that. Wish we could have saw that, but fortunately, all these matches are just like so good. Good matchups across the board that we can get a chance to spotlight it. We are collecting replays though of all of these matches, so we should be putting them up for as of videos, I believe, right?
Yes.
Like we did with the Worlds. So you can go back and in our archives on our YouTube page, watch all of the World Championships from last year, all the replays there. So Chris is cementing his even further, summoning a Gravekeeper Spy, and then setting another monster.
And what did Chris just get with Magician?
Ugh. Attacking into the tomato is not great. The only spell that they played was Book of Moon.
Okay.
That was to flip the Dekoichi down, and then so he can flip something up and then play Torrential. And Book of Moon's not in the graveyard, so it's pretty safe to say that that was the card taken back. And probably set in this case.
So this is a pretty complex game state still. Nobody clearly in the lead. And walling each other out with
Well, this is risky.
Yeah, huh?
Well,
so Chris gonna take the light engrave, save the life points, and get back the Book of Moon?
yeah, I think that was just to avoid life point damage and get an additional light, it looks like. Rather than just taking damage for no reason, you can prevent it when you can and not lose a card.
Yeah, well, that too, and the Book of Moon would be the only spell if he did activate it, so he definitely wanted to get a little more utility out of it. May as well save 1,100 life points if you can.
Yeah. Already did 800 to yourself by revealing the Mystic Tomato here.
But I think he chose not to attack with Spy just in case it was a Tomato or it was a Dark Mimic level 3, because you didn't want to... those are cards you don't want to take down.
Well, they saw Sinister first, so they wanted to see if it was Sinister, right?
That is true, too. And then, at least hitting a Faith onto a Sinister isn't that big of a deal.
No.
And by getting the Faith up, that makes it not vulnerable to knock anymore, so you can potentially do like a Delinquent duo, book the Magician again and duo him again type of play.
Mm-hmm. Chris doesn't mind taking it slow.
I mean, how many easy answers does guys really have to tomatoes? Or not tomatoes, I'm sorry, spies. Like, you really don't want to burn swaps on spies.
That's not the best.
You don't want to drop Chaos Sorcerer when the board is this loaded, and the opponent's hand is this loaded, and he has no lights yet anyway.
Like, the best answer to spy for Geist is Nobleman across out, which doesn't do anything versus it when it's already face up.
At this point, he's gonna want a Torrential.
Torrential would be nice.
This could turn into one of those games where someone just does a huge play to win in one turn.
They have tons of cards to work with here.
The thing is, Geist does have Scapegoat to prevent that really from happening as likely to him. But Chris certainly knows that and is going to try to play around it. So, you know, if Geist dedicates a second monster to the board, then his scapegoats become dead cards.
Yeah. Maybe they just have to set a bluff here. 2 bluffs to try to hide the one that is a bluff. Or, not 2 bluffs, 1 real card and one bluff. Yeah. Or they could just set 2 bluffs.
And then when you have this many cards available to you, especially on both sides, it leaves with a lot more options and a lot more room to make an error here because of it.
The other option there is just passing settings or discarding Sinister. Yeah, neither of them wants to progress the game state any further, and it makes sense as to.
Well, I think Geist wants to, just can't. Chris probably has options, but I think Geist is just really trying to see an answer for these 2 spies.
But considering what Chris has, he knows that he does not want to walk into a trap that Chris is laying out for him. Chris probably wants Geist to start going aggro.
Because you got to think Geist has probably seen some dust shoots at this point, too.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, like, if I'm Geist right now, I want to do some sort of play where it's like, Heavy Storm, activate my 2 set dust shoots.
If he has Solemn, you could do like a Heavy Storm, and then if Chris does something like a Regeki Break on the Tomato, you can Solemn that to keep your Tomato up.
He needs to hit a Graceful Charity or something first, though.
He really does need a Graceful to do anything.
Geist has all these cards and only has a Book of Moon and Mystic level 3 engraved. I mean, Chris also has not played, played any Trinity card, any power spell. The best card played so far has been 1 Torrential Tribute.
Yeah, that is the most powerful thing. I mean, Magician of Faith is powerful just relative to what you have in your grave. We know that there's a Book of Moon somewhere in Chris's back row. At least we can safely assume that.
Alright, things are gonna get rolling.
Looks like it. Heavy Storm out for Geist D. See if Ring of Destruction is successful on the Mystic Tomato if Geist wants to add to the chain here.
I think one of those set cards could be like a Book of Moon. Nope. Oh.
So no chain onto it, and then when it passes back, we're going to use Book of Moon on Gravekeeper Spy, and the second Book of Moon on the second Gravekeeper Spy. Doesn't seem to have worked out for Geist here.
No, and any plans of tribing these things just went out the window.
Like I said, he could have used Solemn, which would have prevented all that from happening.
He could have used the Scapegoat right now, too, if the plan backfired that hard. Alright, so now what, Geist? You're just gonna summon 1,000 Eyes?
Because he doesn't have a light and dark in the he doesn't have a light in the grave either, so it's not like he can take away any of those monsters at this moment. There's got to be a follow up on this, or that storm I feel like is going to be for nothing.
Are there any spies left in Chris's deck?
Potentially.
No, there might be one left in the deck.
Yeah, there could be one. We've only seen 2 so far.
Not the biggest deal if there is or isn't.
And I don't think Chris is worried at all that he got hit with Heavy Storm. I think he's got a couple more back rows that he can set on his next turn.
I think he was thrilled to see that Heavy Storm.
I think so too. Especially since Geist didn't use either of his 2 back rows when Heavy Storm was played.
I mean, I'm thinking of ways that Geist can OTK here. There's a lot that he's got to have, but
Mind Controls, Noblemen's.
He's got to need multiple Noblemen's metas and
I
cards.
think he would have ripped already.
Graceful. I like doing the Heavy Storm first in this scenario to see if there's anything like Solemn. Because then you can just Solemn the Solemn, and then you're okay. You don't know if Chris brought in Solemns there, but... Oh, and then no follow-up. Oh, just kidding. There's a...
I mean, if Geist does have, like, Solemns and Dust Shoots to, like, be able to control the game that way with this 1,000 Eyes, could work out.
Potentially, yeah.
He's gonna grab one of the spies. If he had Solemn at least one Book of Moon, he could have been attacking with this 1,000 Eyes. But I mean, it's probably just Sinister set with it, with the other spy.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Chris not ready to go on the offensive yet either. I would hope.
Geist gonna add Sinister back in.
I'd hope Geist has a Suki.
No, just another set here. And a back row as well.
So keep in mind, 2 of these cards in Chris's hand are Thunder Dragons.
Alright, so Trap Dust Shoot, we're gonna get to see, or get a peek at Chris's hand.
So Chris really has 5 in hand and the 3 on board.
We know one of them is Spy. Us commentators think that another one could be Sinister, and then that face down we're not sure about. Alright, so Storm of his own, Nobleman, Snatch, Spy. So the third Spy is in the hand. And then 2 Thunder Dragons and Dekoichi. So there's stuff that Chris can do,
but nothing that lets him flip his monsters.
He could Storm Snatch or just snatch the
right, but
1,000 Eyes sack it.
But none of that lets him flip over his other set cards.
He'd have to set or summon the Thunder Dragon.
Oh right, he could summon the Thunder Dragon. Great, I gotcha.
But just gonna set the second Spy here. I mean, yeah, why not? You have 2 spies down, a Sinister, and then a card that they don't know about. Put the pressure on them to clear your stuff. You have Snatch and Storm in your hand for follow-up.
If guys had a Tsukiyomi, this would really put a lot of pressure on Chris.
A Tsukiyomi would be great for
yeah.
for Geist.
Yeah, and I think that's what Geist is hoping for right now is just getting a Tsukiyomi, because that really puts Chris on a clock and takes away a lot of his resources.
Chris would probably be forced to use the Snatch Steal if a Suki was dropped here.
If something... This trap dishing at least can put Geist at ease that, like... Yeah, Chris isn't dying, it doesn't look like anytime soon, but at least Geist can see this, like, okay, they just need to top deck this card or this card and to, like, break my setup right now.
What Geist has to be wary of is the Chaos Monster being summoned.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's that they can play into it with the cards that they have, so they can arrange their plays to be like, well, I don't lose now to like Snatch Knock or something.
It's actually a shame that Chris doesn't have another spy, because Geist could lock him with 5 monsters if he did.
Yeah, could just attack the. That would have been super heads up if he would have just did like put the spy back and then attack it the next turn or something.
And Ring is already gone too, so.
Because he would have set the deco.
So Chris's answers to this Thousand Eyes really is probably down to Regeki Break and Chaos Monsters with Double Book and Ring gone already. Well, and the Snatch in hand as well.
I wonder though if he does put the spy back, sees that play, and okay, well now I have to Snatch and sack it. Geist taking his time to think here.
You know, you said like Geist doesn't have to be too wary, but he kind of does, because it is going to be a lot of damage if Chris goes Heavy Storm, Snatch Steal, Suck Up the Monster, Tribute for Thunder Dragon, flip over 3 spies, and the Dekochi. That's a lot of damage.
That is... Yeah.
Is that enough for game?
You're right. It's... Oh, those are both spies face down. I didn't realize that we couldn't think of what it could be.
Can we get the Torrential here? A swap.
Creature swap. Huh.
So this is a cool move here, because he can give the Sinister Serpent, and Restrict can, I believe, attack the Sinister Serpent,
right.
and then
Again.
lose it, and then suck up again.
Yep. Great play from Geist.
That is awesome. That's so good.
And he can rinse and repeat this again and again, because he can't switch. Because Chris can't switch that Sinister Serpent into defense mode manually.
Well, he's only gonna be able to do it once. Because oh yeah, you're right. Nope, that's awesome.
Can't.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah. That's just a crazy play.
We knew the, what's it called? So we know that spy that Chris gave him. There's a spy face down, and we don't know another face down, but we know the other one is Sinister Serpent.
Chris will be able to break this loop by tribute setting the Serpent or a Thunder Dragon, or playing the Snatch Steal, but...
I think you take the one you don't know about. Oh, he's taking the spy instead.
Well, look how long these things have been on the board.
Mm-hmm.
He knows he's using the few cards he has that can get him off.
Yeah, that is another way.
I think he's just creating just making sure that he gets the cards that he knows he wants off the board. He's not taking any chances.
Well, here's Heavy. Getting rid of Mirror Force and the spy. There's a Snatch Steal that we were talking about. And you snatch Geist Monster. Whoa. Okay. I guess you can't deal with you can't deal with your own spy then. And then sack up your Thunder Dragon. Oh yeah, we had the Nobleman. Yeah. Okay. Deal with the whole board this way.
It's still no light for Geist.
Still no light. It's a Sinister face down for Chris. We'll see if they flip it up. See what the third monster is. And they drew for turn, so there's a card in hand that we don't know about on Chris's end. Oh, it was Faith? I thought it was Sinister way back.
I think the other one is Sinister. It has to be. Without a doubt.
Yeah, I guess so.
So Book of Moon gonna be nice protection. And the ability to turn it into any spell in the grave next turn.
Yeah, it can get the Heavy Storm or the MST back.
And if you draw a Pot of Greed or a Graceful, or just turns it into an insane card, so Thane's looking good for Chris. Those spies really held Geist up this duel.
Just clogged the game up.
We know Chris still has one Thunder Dragon in his hand. Unless it got sent back with Dust Shoot. I don't believe that would be the case.
Imagine if Geist would have saw that play with the Gravekeeper Spy, though. Like, to put back the Spy. Clog up the board.
At least the one positive for Geist from making the play that he did is that it forced Chris to show his hand. And if there's any time for him to be able to at least capitalize on an opportunity, it would be now. But the question is if he actually has the cards to be able to do so.
You're also assuming, Massis, that Chris would have set the Dekochi if he had
Right.
the spy.
It all depends if Chris sees that line as well.
Chris would have, if he saw I'm pretty sure if he saw a spy get put back, he would have immediately thought about it.
Did we confirm that set card is a Book of Moon?
Alright, Ashura Priest here.
Attacking Book of Moon. So Chris has to decide, does he want to trade the Magician for a different spell, or put the brakes on a Sewer Priest here? This is a light monster for Geist as well. So putting it face down could turn into a way of banishing it next turn.
Yeah, he already used a knock.
But Chris could also just poke it with something small if he books it, and then banish it with a Chaos Monster if he draws one.
Yeah, that's true.
And he did draw a new card already, so he could already have a Chaos in hand.
Mm-hmm. And looking at the spells in Chris's grave, it doesn't look like a whole lot of them can really have any immediate utility. So I would almost think that you'd want this Assure Priest gone, or else you're going to be losing out on several cards. And also you forfeit the Sinister Serpent right back to Geist too, which could be very invaluable to him as well.
Could set up for a Metamorph play.
It really could. So Chris is really at a crossroads here making this play. It's either neg,
I don't know. I don't think Chris has a Chaos Monster in the hand right now. I mean, they could. It's quite possible they could draw it if they haven't seen one at this point. They're
He does have one new card.
They're all the way half through their deck. So Book of Moon on the Ashura Priest.
Yeah, I think that
gonna keep Chris's board active.
Gives you the most options.
And just setting it there. No fear of Heavy Storm anymore. Unless there's another Book of Moon or a Tsukiyomi from Chris's side. Does Geist, if they use Torrential? They have not. An Ashura Priest of Chris's own. This is going to deal with any scapegoats. Is this board going to get Torrential, though, by Geist? Switching all the weenies to defense. Attack in. Geist looking at the graveyard, deciding what he wants to do here.
If he's got the Mirror Force, I think it's worth... Oh, no, he doesn't have the Mirror Force.
He doesn't. It's already been burned through. Yep.
It's taken out by Chris's Heavy Storm last turn. And Thunder Dragon in for 16. And Chris gonna fail to find just to shuffle the deck.
He's going to fail to find so that he can't get Dust Shooted next turn.
Also that. Another result here. It looks like the Nano has beaten Dingo Sig. So the loser of this game will have to duel against the Nano. Just a set from Geist. Assura Priest coming out again. Now flipping his Sinister, putting all the boys to attack mode, realizing there is no Mirror Force, so this is a lethal attack, I believe. Would be Xaxes. Scapegoat can't save him because Assura Priest will just be able to attack all the goats.
Well, if you just play Scapegoat on a Magician of Faith or Sinister Serpent, it would at least take that attack away and at least afford him in the rest of the turn.
No, it won't.
Oh, never mind. Oh my god, I forgot Sharpies can still attack them all after.
Yep.
Right. Revealing a Nobleman across, I guess.
And because he could have Noblemaned the card, and then it wouldn't have been able to
game him.
Game him, yeah. Wow. Could have done the math, but didn't do the math. That was just well played by both guys, I think. Oh.
And he did have a Chaos Monster in his hand, Chris. He had one.
It was his next card.
Oh, his next.
Oh, there was Creature Swap and Magician of Faith. Okay, still had all these. Yeah, just some bluffs, but wasn't enough here. Yeah, if he was able to Nobleman the Sinister Serpent, that game would have been prevented.
Alright, so we get hop into John Wick versus Carl.
So, Chris Perovic moving on into winners finals, going to face Johnny Lee. Meanwhile, Team Rampage mirror match. Carl Waite and Ivan Flores are battling it out. Winner of that will go on to face Sean Montague, the 2010 North American National Champion, in the loser's side of the bracket.
I do know Carl won game 1. I'm not sure if this is game 2 or 3. Ivan's sitting at 10,000 life points thanks to Upstart Goblin. And this is game 2. John Wick able to clear out the spy before it flipped with the power of Mystic Swordsman level 2. Gonna be hoping to get a Donzaluk to connect here, but it's gonna have to deal with 2 back rows to get there.
And you really could have made a decision on that face down being attacked with Sinister Serpent or Mystic Swordsman too, depending on the call.
So the Don only making it to the goat. And now Carl will have Sinister Serpent, 2 cards in hand, and a set card. So still pretty even, but Carl does have to deal with this Donzalug, Mystic Swords, and level 2 combination. Man, this loser side matchup that is going on as well is Geist versus the Nano, which is they have made it to the finals against each other, I believe, 3 times between GFCs and FLCs.
Unreal.
As an unreal nobleman.
I think it's a sinister, and
That
it
was
is.
big.
Ooh.
This is going to be a tough board to crack for Carl now.
Mm-hmm.
And game 3.
Oof. That was just relentless pressure coming in from John Wick.
So remaining in the bracket here is Geist versus the Nano. The winner of this is going to take on Max Effort, and we have Chris Perovic will be taking on Slash Tap in winners finals.
Yeah, I think they're going to take a break for a little bit because they're not holding a bracket or anything in winners final. Would love to catch that game between Johnny Lee and Chris Perovic.
I'll tell you what I want to see is the Nano versus Geist. Those two have no love lost for each other.
Well, they might actually be playing Johnny and Chris. I'll go check to see. Looks like they are.
That's fine too. We'll still get to see both of them. Will still be in this tournament after that round. So
Yeah, of course.
and I believe the Nano is the only one we have not seen a stream game of yet too. But these guys would have to finish side decking for this to ever matter.
Very true.
Neither have finished yet. John Wick, aka Chris Flores, is a Shonen Jump champion. Carl Waite, a fairly recent GFC champion. Both are teammates on Team Rampage. They're in the losers quarterfinals, right?
This is losers quarterfinals, I believe. Yes.
Always bittersweet having to face a teammate, especially late in the tournament.
Both players do still need their Worlds invite. which first place of this tournament will win. Exiled gonna catch a Sangin.
A very aggressive exiled force too, and
yeah,
not what you want to exile for.
It's a pretty good first turn play against Warrior to pot of greed set Sangin. Like, they have to respect your set monster. However, Blade Knight would have been a better card to go into that than Exiled Force. Carl now up on a +1 from the pot of greed, a +1 from going first, and a +1 from the Exiled Force hitting Sangin. So without even doing anything to John Wick's cards, has gained a lot of advantage, and another plus from the Thunder Dragon.
This is a bit of a peculiar play, already summoning Chaos Sorcerer into an open board.
Carl has a lot of cards. This gives him a dark when he has 2 Thunder Dragons in hand for lights, and now he is still in main phase 1. The thing is, if you can stick an early Sorcerer against the Warrior deck, especially with Exiled Force already burnt, it's not the easiest thing to get through if you don't have Battle Traps.
They have limited outs, and they don't have to attack every Chaos Sorcerer. They can just leave it in attack mode and not attack.
Because DD Warrior Lady outside of Exile Force would be the only other monster out that would beat a Chaos Sorcerer.
Tribe is
and
one.
Tribe. Yeah, that's
but
Tribe.
Yeah, you don't want to be putting it in defense to the Ninja.
Yeah.
So again, very, very narrow and limited answers to just an attack mode Chaos Sorcerer from the Warrior side.
John Wick predicting a set Scapegoat, which would provide a lot of security for Waite.
Kaiko coming down here. This Kaiko does resolve. It's going to get rid of the Serpent. It's very doubtful.
Wait, I'm actually having to think about his move.
Regeki break on the Kaiko seems fine though.
I don't know if it's just from the games we caught on stream, but way less Warriors today than I expected. I thought we were going to be watching a bunch of Warrior Mirror matches.
I just ran some numbers. There were 4 just regular Warriors without Chaos Sorcerer, 5 Chaos Warriors, so Warriors with Chaos Sorcerer.
About half the field.
About half the field.
There's been a ton of variety today compared to the Patreon tournament we had a couple weeks ago.
It was a lot of Chaos Control and Turbo.
Mm-hmm.
Was the rest of the half of the field with Zombies, Reasoning Gate. Someone entered Reasoning Gate, and then 2 Goat Controls. Main phase 2, Chris Flores is going to grab a Premature Burial to get the Kaiko back, turning off Chaos again for Carl.
Which I think is a great play, because you gotta be concerned after how quickly Carl dropped that Sorcerer that there's just more Chaos monsters back in that hand up.
Yeah.
Does Carl actually have anything to contend with that Kaiku on board? He really hasn't made a whole lot of monster presence. Just that one Chaos Sorcerer and, of course, the set Sangen play, but really hasn't went in for an attack. Playing rather passively.
I believe Spooky actually just published a write-up on GOATformat.com of Dingo Sig's Chaos Return deck. The list will go public after the event is over.
Probably shortly, because Dingo has been eliminated.
I'm going to link that in both our chats here for anyone who's interested in checking it out. Spooky does a great job at doing these write-ups on decks that people are playing in the tournament.
Some nice metagame-esque articles from Spooky.
Mm-hmm.
Carl gonna be forced to
did get him this far.
Carl gonna be forced to burn Snatch Steel to get this Kaiku turned off. If John Wick has a Solemn here, I'd probably really consider using it, because this Kaiku seems to be a thorn in Carl's side.
If I were John Wick, I don't know how much utility that Exiled Force would be providing since in the grave, since Premature Burial has already been burned through. And you called it, Scully.
There is Solemn Judgment.
Maybe this was what Carl wanted. A return from the different dimension. We did not see that in any other games this duel so far.
Whoa!
And the third Thunder Dragon gonna end the game.
Wow!
Carl got what he wanted with that Snatch Steel.
That was so crazy.
He was in Ivan's mind there and got him to play the Solemn. So that will do it for Chris Flores, but Team Rampage will move on as Carl...
They're still alive.
...takes the win there. And we're going to hop into Geist versus the Nano. These players are no stranger to each other. Both really came up in the GOAT format scene at the same time last year, and about 3 tournaments in a row they faced each other in the finals, rather. I believe Geist has the slight edge over the Nano. Or they might, I think they're actually technically even. They both beat each other once, and for one of the tournaments someone did not show up to the finals.
According to the GoatBot, they're 2-2 against each other, but maybe the one not showing up puts ahead of the other.
So 1600 not enough to end the duel. But Geist is still sitting at 8,000. And it looks like the way Nano built their deck, they do not mind being low life points with as long as they're up in cards, playing stuff Chaos with Wing Blast and Solemn Judgments.
Already burning through Pot, Delinquent Duo, and now Graceful Charity.
2 metas and a swap already gone for Geist as well. So that is going to be tough. That's also not his Thunder Dragon, so it won't ever be going to the grave to get a light. So, I mean, and Ring is gone. So it's like, yeah, Nano only has 150 left, but how's Geist going to do it?
Nano's got to leave something in like attack mode, and Geist's got to top deck to like just deal that 150.
A Snatch Steal or something? No, Snatch is gone too. Jeez. Crazy to have your opponent at 150 and so few outs. But yeah, Nano's going to have to be very careful about how to deal this 8,000 damage with only 150 left.
And Nano getting rid of Upstart Goblin.
Yeah, not opting to put Geist up to 9,000.
Chaos Sorcerer going to get rid of a token. Yeah, and attack over the Thunder Dragon. Deal some damage, get a light in your graveyard. So Geisty's going to need like Graceful for BLS, and
That'd be enough.
Well, it needs a light monster as well. Alright, 23s coming through. Make or break moment for Geist here.
It is tough to lose when you're down to 50, or when you get your opponent down to 150.
And just showing him, I got Night Assailant. We're going into game 2.
Oh. Now, this is the delinquent duo to round off the Trinity.
It's halfway there. Or
2/3.
2/3, yeah.
Ooh. So does shoot one of them.
Sure, Priest. And there was a pot of greed on Nano's side as well. Jeez. See if a Sure Priest can pick up this monster.
Nano taking his time, thinking about what he wants to do.
He wants to protect it.
No flip up here for Geist. Potentially could be maybe the tomatoes that we were seeing. Didn't want to get it mirror forced. Could be like Sangan too.
So interesting that he saved the Dekoichi from being taken down, because that would have been the dark for Nano to be set up for a Chaos monster.
Maybe they have something like Tsukiyomi. They want to start Suk looping this Dekoichi.
Yeah, which would definitely be a good reason for why you would want to preserve it.
I mean,
So let's see what.
it's a chance to answer the Priest. It's not going to get swapped after. And flipping to Kochi and attacking into face downs is usually pretty okay. It's probably like a Mystic level 3 set.
Yeah, no attacks from Geist. If it's Tomato set, I mean, they could flip Tomato attack into Koichi, trade it. Still have the Tomato recruit.
Oh. And a second one.
Again, gonna protect the Dekochi.
Yeah, instead, and then
Who can now
they're
run
not gonna
over the
attack it?
Priest.
now they're gonna go to battle. Dekoichi number 2. Tons of cards in the hand for Nano. No Thunder Dragons either. Thanks to that graceful charity.
And interesting to note that they flipped it to Dekoichi in main phase 2 rather than flipping in main phase 1, and just in case the first Dekoichi gets stopped, they had the other one to take out the Assure Priest.
Playing around Mirror Force, it looked like.
Looked like it.
And then another set monster for the Nano. If I'm Geist here, I'm not liking my position. Down a bunch of cards. Having trouble clearing Dekoichis. My Assure Priests are gone. Okay to have lights in the graveyard, but this isn't a Chaos deck. It doesn't seem like we never saw Chaos Sorcerer Geist. Nobleman to cross out on a Mystic Tomato, and then Magician of Faith, the second Nobleman.
You remember Graceful and Pot; those are still available.
Yeah, they're gonna get Charity here. They could still have stuff like Book of Moon to reset the Magician of Faith, so they won't lose out a utility Faith here.
Yeah, and there's still a possibility of even drawing another crossout.
And I mean, that monster has not been flipped for the longest time.
It's true. So it's. Although you'd think that could be a card that you would like to get hit with crossout because of it.
Getting rid of Sangan and Torrential Tribute. This hand must be very, very good then. I mean, it could be the read that they're thinking that it's either level 3 or it's Sangan. Makes sense to summon the DD Warrior Lady then.
I think Sangan would be a good call here. You're going to wonder, are the Dekoichi's going to go to defense mode just because of the Mirror Force?
It was Sangan.
Ah, good call.
So no Mirror Force. I feel like you would have just immediately Mirror Force the DD Warrior Lady there.
100%.
And no Torrential as well, because if you would have summoned the DD Warrior Lady, I feel like Torrential would have been huge.
No. So you know that there are no board wipes being set, or else they definitely would have been played already.
So it looks like that Chris won in the winners finals. Johnny will have to battle out the winner of the losers, or whoever's here in the losers bracket remaining.
Oh, and this could be a very good answer. And it goes through, so let's see if we're going to get another Mr. Tomato to hit into another Dekoichi. And then what's going to be the follow-up here? If they're going to go with another tomato or something else? It's like a Don Zalug, maybe? Or a Dark Mimic. They just want to keep the control going.
Tomato, real good there. Just being able to clear the Nano's whole board on its own.
Yep. And that definitely takes away the pluses that Nano got from it, and takes away the field presence. So that was huge, especially with double Assure Priest gone as well.
It was huge, but it was risky because those back rows could have dealt with it quite easily if it was anything real that the Nano wanted to do. It could possibly be that the Nano wanted those cards in the graveyard to fuel chaos. They had a pretty stacked graveyard from what I could tell. No, they didn't have any darks. They had one dark there.
Yeah, Sangan. But that also gives a lot of real valuable information for Geist.
I think it's over.
Oh boy.
Heavy Storm, and then you Solemn this. You could Solemn the Solemn, and then here's Chaos Sorcerer BLS. Yep.
Oh, yeah. Whoa. And that's why he let it go. That's why he let it go.
Sheesh. Yeah, you just wanted all the material in the graveyard. You already drew a lot of cards through that. Multiple Chaos Monsters backed by Solemn Judgment. Gonna propel Nano into the losers semifinals here. So let's go ahead and hop into the next game in the bracket here. It's gonna be Carl Waite and Sean Montague. It looks like that this is a sideboarded game.
What are we on now?
Carl and Sean.
And I see Chris made it to Grand Finals.
Yes.
And Carl lost game 1 to Trinity with Dust Shoot. Carl scooped.
Whoa. So this is game 2 here. Carl's down in life, but does have more cards. So right now the top 4 is 3 Chaos Turbo decks. And we'll see if it'll be a 4th one here with Carl, or if Sean can pick up the win here and propel a Warrior deck into the top 4. Regeki Break Your Own Sangan by Carl.
And who did win the Geist Nano match? Nano, I assume?
Nano did, yeah. Yeah, so that was MST on the Regeki break, and then Carl chained the Regeki break to kill his own Sangan and search a Magician of Faith, discarding Sinister Serpent. So Carl's still going to have 4 cards out of this, to Sean's 2, one of them being a DD Warrior Lady. Now Carl still is lower in life here, still has to deal a lot of damage. Needs to figure out a way to get a light in the graveyard. That's probably why they searched the Magician of Faith. It'll get a, one of the spells back here. It has to pick from Metamorphosis, Upstart Goblin, and Delinquent Duo. You don't love getting Upstart Goblin from Faith at this position, I don't think, because then you're just have to do another 8,000 instead of 7.
To be fair, you never love getting Upstart Goblin.
Well, I have an idea where, like, if you're playing a deck and you have Upstart turn 1, you could set your Faith and it's not that bad.
But you never love
you don't love it, but like you're at least getting a draw card out of it. It's not as good as Pot of Greed.
And what are we waiting on here?
Carl's thinking. We know 2 cards in Carl's hand, but we're not sure about the other 2.
What are the 2 in hand?
Faith and Sinister. It's possible he drew a Chaos Monster.
Yeah, I mean,
He doesn't have that light in the graveyard.
Setting Faith seems fine then. We are 4 hours into this event.
It's been going by pretty quickly. Everyone's been playing pretty good.
Carl gonna summon the Thousand Eyes. Already had the meta.
Alright, so meta, yeah, picking it up. So now pressure's going to be on Sean's life. I guess Carl, with that hand, was debating if they won meta on the Faith. That would put the light in the graveyard like directly. Deciding which one was better. Graceful Charity off the top for Sean. Good one to draw here.
I think he was thinking something totally different.
What do you think he was thinking?
I don't know what it was, but I don't think he considered for a second putting the meta on that Faith.
On the Faith?
No.
That's what that other card may be.
Not in this spot, at least. Like sometimes that's the play, but that's more of a desperation play.
Yeah, it's more when you don't have the Sinister, you go for it.
Or if you like desperately need a light for some reason, which he's got some time. His opponent already burned 1 Nobleman. I think he was considering more just if he should just set the Faith. Because if you set the Faith there, so yeah, he had level 2, but if you set the Faith there while your opponent has...
Ooh, we got rid of Exile Force too. So light and dark here. This could be BLS.
So that's not good news for Carl.
No, sir.
2 metas burned, or Geki Break gone already.
But no follow-up from Sean. Just
no light
leaving
green.
the BLS out there.
Carl could ram the Magician into the BLS if he did not put it in defense mode.
Oh, but he just drew a Thunder Dragon.
I would say that was a misplay from Carl putting this BLS in attack mode.
From Sean, you mean?
Sean, yes. Yeah, so if Carl didn't draw that and had rammed the Magician,
using the effect to get rid of it.
back when we were
And
only
set your
playing,
Magician.
back when we were only playing Goat Mirrors, your position of your Chaos Monsters wasn't the end of the world. Like, it came up here and there, and I think in today's 2021 meta, it is a critical thing.
It's definitely something that you got to be conscious of.
And now is on Sean again to answer Carl's board. He did it last turn. Can he do it again? He just dumped an exiled, so that's not the best thing to be dealing with a sorcerer. He does have Light and Dark Engrave if he has his own sorcerer, but we did see a significant drop in Chaos Sorcerer from Warrior decks today.
5 of them played it, 4 of them did not. So what was the other card in Sean's hand they valued more than... Looks like Mystic Swordsman and Exiled Force. I mean, one was the BLS, but what could that other one be? Yeah, this Faith is going to flip up. And yeah, just get Duo. Get rid of the last 2 cards. We'll find out. And we're just going into Game 3, so I guess we won't find out.
We will not find out. I have a feeling one of those was a card Sean could have set and just
and just didn't realize.
Admitted defeat hastily once that Duo was seen.
I wonder if the other card wasn't as good as like Exiled Force, if Sean could have got away with a play where like they just didn't summon BLS the last turn and summon Exiled Force to out the Thousand Eyes Restrict, that would make Carl set the Faith. Then you could summon the BLS, get rid of it. Carl drew the Thunder Dragon, so it might not have worked out in Sean's favor either way.
I do agree. I think that turn wasn't the best play by Sean, regardless.
Yeah.
And this is going into Game 3, but it's almost like it's going into Game 2, because Game 1, Sean opened Pot, Graceful, Duo, Trap Death Shoot, and Carl just immediately scooped.
Just blew him out.
Yeah, so they had a duel, but I wouldn't say they had a game.
I mean, can Sean do it again? They are going to likely go first in Game 3 here. They open up multiple Dust Shoots to disrupt Carl's hand. Could just be over very quickly here. And a set from Sean. Set monster, that is, along with 2 back row. Gonna use the Trap Dust Shoot like we were saying. Take a peek at Carl's hand, see if we can stop whatever Carl wants to do. Sean thinking long and hard about what to put back here. Let's back Shroud Infecting Viruses. Are they going to write out the rest of the hand for us? So it's Gravekeeper Spy, 2 Faith, Card Destruction, and Goat. I wonder if you're Carl here, you just Card Destruction your hand away.
Yeah, I didn't even think Carl was playing Card Destruction.
I feel like Card Destruction in your hand away is terrible because you're going to draw 4 cards. it puts a light and dark in the graveyard already. It does get rid of 2 Faiths. But what are the Faiths really doing in this spot? A lot of times you can win without resolving a Magician of Faith anyway.
I think what's more important is to try to wait to get to Thunder Dragon or Sinister or something and then rip the card destruction.
I mean, but if Sean set Donza Luke here and can answer Scapegoat with like a Solemn Judgment, it has a potential of just ripping it out of the hand. So this is going to deal a Magician of Faith. Fine by Carl, because they were going to probably use the Scapegoat anyway. Maybe they should have sequenced that differently and got the Scapegoat back to their hand, like on the Mystic Swordsman attack, use Scapegoat. I guess it doesn't matter because of Mystic Swordsman. Maybe that's what they were thinking by setting the spy, or not the spy, the Faith though.
Well, this will give Carl at least another turn to draw another card and make that card destruction a little more powerful.
Yeah, he's got time. Gonna fire off card destruction now. Getting rid of BLS and Nobleman. And what's the new card? Gonna get rid of Regeki Break side out of the cards that we didn't know about. And 3 new cards for Carl, 2 new cards for Sean. Thunder Dragon. If he would have just waited an extra turn.
Yeah, it was the next one.
I still feel okay. I think if you did it last turn and you drew the Thunder Dragon anyway, you still would have had Lights and Darks.
But to me, the point of not playing it last turn and doing the Scapegoat play was to try to get there, you know?
Right. I see that. Summoning Gravekeeper Spy. Gonna try to attack Mystic Swordsman. We're gonna hit the Sakuretsu Armor for trouble. And 2 goats are gonna be taking care of it, looks like. And a set card, Carl just has a grip of Thunder Dragon. Carl's looking for a meta Chaos Monster. Sean's not happy to lose BLS or a knock, but they didn't add anything else to the board either. Just set a monster, or set a back row. But I have a feeling that they don't hate the position that they're in. Definitely Art, the one dealing the pressure, putting the pressure on Carl.
Carl is in a spot now too where like he could easily get, if he gets to Graceful, get duoed and or get solemn and just lose any momentum.
There's Regeki Break. What do you break here?
The back row.
Could have used. Could use break last turn. Do it on the one that just got set, or it's going to leave it up to the dice to decide. Enemy controller. Sure. That's just a... I guess it depends on what the other card is, but you think there's a world where you enemy controller and take the token?
Yeah, I mean, what do you...
You gotta think it's meta if they're gonna use Regeki Break on that.
That's a fair point.
If it's not, you can get rid of the... What's in their graveyard? They could have a Chaos Monster as well if they're gonna just Regeki Break, try to hit something. And Carl gonna try to attack, but it's gonna be Book of Moon.
Which he did not use on the Thousand Eyes targeting?
I don't... Unless he needed he didn't need a light in the graveyard, though. He already had it with BLS.
Well,
I think John just messed up there.
Yeah, I think it's not going to matter either.
Yeah, MST on that. That's Ring of Destruction. Here's some more monsters. 29-18. Down to 13. Carl's got a top deck of Chaos Monster. Upstart Goblin gives it another chance at it. BLS. Chaos Sorcerer, good enough. Oh, but Sean just showing him the snatch steal.
So wait, so he can banish and then tribute set, right? No, that's still not enough. Level 2.
Well, he could have to hit the level 2 tribute set.
Yeah, no way you're not taking 1300.
Yeah. That was pretty tough, though. I definitely think there was a missequence there from Sean, but results there didn't really matter. That Dust Shoot, pretty powerful, I still think. Getting rid of like the one monster that could deal with multiple monsters on Carl's side.
Sean will now take on the Nano.
We'll hop into that as soon as that's ready. So our top 4 here, we have Chris Perovic sitting in Grand Finals with, I believe, Chaos Turbo. In Losers Finals, we have Johnny Lee with Chaos Turbo as well. And the match that we're about to watch in a few moments here is the Nano,
with
who
Chaos
is
Turbo.
What one did they win to get here? I'm trying to find his name.
Against Geist?
Oh, FLC 10 winner, the Nano.
Okay, yep.
Versus Sean Montague, the 2010 U.S. National Champion. How you feeling, Scully? What do you think about this top 4?
If any deck has a chance of upsetting Chaos Turbo, I think it is Chaos Warrior. So it's not out of the realm of possibility for Sean, I think, to still win this tournament. I do think it will be tough for any of the remaining Chaos players to beat Chris Perovic twice.
Yeah, that's a scary thing for I think anyone to see when you're in the finals of a tournament and you have to first off beat Chris, then beat him again.
Right, and Sean is the only one that that's in Losers that's left that Chris didn't send there to begin with.
That's interesting.
You know, that was kind of the story going into this too. Is Warriors just untouchable, which I think a lot of players were feeling. And
Seems like Chaos Turbo just might have its number. That or just better players playing Chaos Turbo
yeah, because we
can do it.
We didn't really see any like hard counter to Chaos Warrior that beat them, right? It wasn't no like weird gravity bind brought in or Cypher kinetic soldiers brought in. It was just the decks doing what they're supposed to do and defending with spies, and that's how they're able to kind of take down these Chaos decks. Or the Chaos decks were able to take down the Chaos Warriors.
Yeah. We didn't get to watch Johnny Lee and Chris play in winners, so I kind of want to see them play in grands. Honestly, all these matches will be good, no matter who wins and ends up there.
Yeah, I agree.
We're still waiting here. In the meantime, if you want to get involved with GOAT Format and GOAT Format tournaments, head on over to www.goatformat.com. There should be a link to our Discord right on the side there. You join up in the Discord and get involved. We host Patreon tournaments. You can subscribe to our Patreon and play tournaments through there. It would be through the Discord, but only members of the Patreon are invited to play. Or the next tournament that we have coming up is the GOAT Format Championship. Which number is that one?
That'll be GFC 12 is the premier GOAT Format tournaments that are played right now. It is free entry, free sign up for anybody who's interested.
Yeah, no. Depending on the turnout, top spots, usually top 4, are all invited to the GOAT Format World Championship later. That it's going to be held later this year. And winners at GOAT Format Championships going forward will also win a prize pool of $100 minimum and $1 added per entry, so over 100. So say if there's like 101 players, that person will win $101 for winning the whole event. And again, the GOAT Format World Championships going to be played likely in October this year. Going to amp up the prize pool from last year as well, and see it on that screen, that beautiful, beautiful championship belt for the winner. Winner of this tournament will earn an invite as well, and we know that we said Chris really wants that invite. He said it in some interviews earlier that this was his tournament that he felt like he wanted to win. Besides the Worlds tournament, of course. They have not started playing yet, have they? Looks like Sean is hosting finally. We're still just waiting on the game to get started here. All right, we're getting into it. All right, so the Nano's going to start off first here. We're going to see a delinquent duo from the Nano. Huge, really good versus Warrior. A lot of them have cut Sinister Serpent from the list, which makes sense because they're not playing Abyss Soldiers anymore. When we were Go Control was the dominant deck, and Chaos Control from there on out. Abyss Soldier was kind of ubiquitous in the format in anti-meta warrior decks because it was a clean answer to Balsamize Restrict on the board. You could just discard your Sinister Serpent in your hand and just get rid of it and not put it in the graveyard. And the Nano gonna start off with the duo, followed by Thunder Dragon into Pot of Greed, then an Upstart on top of that. A lot of draw power going into this. And after all that, just a T-set from the Nano, going to be met with a heavy storm on the Phoenix Wing Windblast. Reinforcement of the army for Sean's side. going to pick up Mystic Swordsman level 2 to deal with this face down. 2 Thunder Dragons in the hand for the Nano. This one's going to get the card that's set. And that was Dekoichi. So Light and Dark for the Nano here. Sean's going to follow up with a set to protect his Mystic Swordsman. I wonder if it would have just been better to get Blade Knight instead of Mystic Swordsman. Ooh, but they hit gracefully, staying off the rip here for the Nano. So Trap Dust Shoot's going to get rid of a Chaos. We'll see. We know that there's 2 Thunder Dragons in the hand for the Nano. Makes sense. I mean, if he drew Graceful, he's going to just fire Graceful off here. Yeah, just drawing Graceful, give him a chance to draw that Sorcerer back, but that's the play you got to make here when the hand's stacked like that. So the hand is 2 Thunder Dragons, Snatch, and now this Charity. Those Thunder Dragons are likely going to go away unless there's Charity for discarding a Thunder Dragon in another card. Maybe use Snatch to take this Mystic Swordsman, tribute summon it, summon up the Thunder Dragon. Looks like that Nano might be having some technical difficulties.
Hopefully the game does not crash on the Nano here.
He's just probably resetting. Reconnect feature coming in handy. Hopefully the Nano can make it in time. And they're back in. See if they can draw some cards now. There we go. See what the Nano decides to discard. Thunder Dragon number 1. These players gotta stop doing is typing to each other and just continue to play. Get rid of Thunder Dragon number 2 for the Nano.
Does he have a card to get this level 2 off the board still?
He has a Snatch Steal in the hand. So he could Snatch Steal it. Could summon like a Spy and attack. I don't know how good that is, but... Whoa, just setting a bunch of cards. So Sean knows one of them is Snatch Steal.
So that means he can't put a monster, or doesn't want to put a monster next to level 2 then. Face up or face down, really.
I don't think you want to put a monster there anyway because it's torrential. Like, but you're totally right. Just gonna have to stick this dorky level 2 here. Poke in for 900.
Sinister? A Sangan, you gotta think, would have attacked over the level 2.
Yeah, why is he setting a card? That's why they got Ring of Destruction.
Alright, does Sean have a main phase 2-way to answer this set monster?
Summoning main phase 2, the Blade Knight. So Nano wanted to protect it to Koichi.
Nano wants to draw some cards that do something. As many as he's drawn.
Yeah.
Hasn't been able to press any damage onto Sean.
He's done the 900, but gave him 1,000 life points already. Snatch Steal, the one we knew he had. I'm gonna try to take control of this guy. Blade Knight no longer big unless they set a monster, set a card here.
Yeah, it's gonna get set, so 3,400.
This is a start. Sean doesn't have Heavy Storm, I don't believe. I think they used it here to 1-for-1. Blade Knight number 2. Gets hit with a Mirror Force. Now I think the Nano is in a much better position than he may have been. Ooh. And just banishing a Light and Dark on top of that. And Sean's going to scoop it up. Heading into game 2.
So the winner of this match will take on Johnny Lee in losers finals to go on to face the undefeated Chris Perovic.
And Sean's going to go first here after losing game 1. Sean's going to start with his own Delinquent Duo. As a reply to getting Delinquent Duo'd in the first game.
Two lights from the Nano.
Those lights were a DD Warrior Lady and a Faith. And on top of that duo, we're going to see Prep Dust Shoot. Nano saying, okay, maybe we go to game 3. Taking Chaos Sorcerer again. What? Okay, so it must have been 2 Thunder Dragons in the hand and a Chaos Sword. We don't know the other 2 cards, but for some reason Sean flipped up a Solemn Judgment. I don't know if that was just a misclick or they're trying to intimidate the Nano. Now Exiled Force poked in for 1,000. Exiled Force can just pick up this face down, which is the Dekoichi. But no follow-up from Sean. So it must have been wasn't Dekoichi before. Would have just said it. There's an MST for the Sakuretsu armor. MST Dust Tornado instead. Does the same thing, kinda.
Yeah, it's even rougher. No, like just seeing that Solemn is kind of heartbreaking too for the Nano.
I think they were just showing it to be like, I have this, so do you want to go to game 3? But then that's gonna play it out.
Yeah, I mean one spy can slow this
spy
whole
can
thing
do it.
down, right?
Nano's rolling a die here, seeing if their MST is gonna stick or not. Why don't you know which one the Solemn is? He showed it. Pick that one. Why roll the die? You knew which one it was.
Just in case it landed on that one, that he looked like a nice guy that picked it by rolling the die. Nano gonna get to at least dump one of these Thunder Dragons.
No, that's the last Thunder Dragon, so...
Yeah, I said at least one of the cards in his hand to be Thunder Dragon, I meant.
Oh, gotcha. Misheard you. Snatch Steal, so a lot of digging. But, Book of Moon, response to Snatch Steal.
How nice would a Sewer Priest have been there?
Ooh, it would have been real good. Not gonna flip up to play around Torrential. Just gonna poke in there. No random burn damage here. There's Breaker the Magical Warrior. That can deal with the face down.
We know Sean is Solemn.
Oh yeah, because he just spun it back to the top, so that draw was Solemn Judgment here. He could just Solemn this, but I don't think...
Not going to.
I guess they just hit the Solemn then.
Well, now he can hit the other card and attack the Blade Knight. Or choose not to.
You get Mirror Forced. Solemn the Mirror Force. Snatch Steal. Oh, but the Book of Moon on Snatch Steal. Just attacking it there. No reason to banish. Already has Light and Dark anyway.
Can Nano dig to a Chaos Monster?
Upstart Goblin. And then just to set, see what Sean rips. There's Blade Knight. Oh, and it wasn't anything relevant enough. So we're going to have a game 3. All right, game 3 here. See how the Nano opens. Just gonna duel each other. Seems to be the MVP of this match.
Two solid cards to hit. Although almost anything you duo against Warrior is going to be a pretty good hit.
I feel like there's nothing bad that you can hit against Warriors, unless like you know that they're on call and premature and stuff. Then like maybe if you hit two monsters, it's not the best.
Hitting light dark is not nice either, I guess.
Yeah. So I'm complaining that there's no skill with Delinquent Duo, but I mean, you are playing a deck that just loses really hard to it. Could have avoided doing that by just playing a different deck.
A deck with no Sinister Serpent, Night Assailant,
yeah.
Dragon.
Followed up by Graceful Charity. I wish both these guys would just shut up. And, like, it's not that big a deal. Thunder Dragon after the Graceful Charity.
Nano using Exiled Force in their Chaos deck. Oh my gosh, there's the pot.
So Trinity game 3 on top of Thunder Dragon. Not in the right sequence that the Nano wanted. Probably wanted the Thunder Dragon first before Charitying. So 2 of the cards in the hand that we know are Thunder Dragons, but 3 back row and a set monster on top of that. Not a bad day for the Nano to open in game 3 here. Nobleman of Extermination hitting Solemn Judgment. So both of them are going to have to play a fair game.
And that's going to reveal if there's any in Sean's hand, too.
Yeah. Doesn't look like it.
Now, Sean claiming if Nano went second, he would have lost this game. I don't see any cards that indicate that so far. Or, excuse me, Sean saying that Nano would lose if he had gone second. But these are pretty good go second cards I see from Sean.
Yeah, I don't know where. Sakuretsu armor on the Blade Knight, protecting the face down. Leaving Sean on 2 cards. Flip up the DD Warrior Lady, attack in, get Sakuretsu armor yourself. That's alright though, the Nano's probably got a monster that they can set.
Well, 2 of these are Thunder Dragons, so... But you're right.
not having to worry about Solemn is excellent, but sometimes you want to Solemn because you can like force it to go through and then make like a tricky play with Chaos Monster.
Now, if Nano Wing Blasts this level 2 here, it could be huge.
That would be insane, right?
I might have considered getting Exiled Force because of that. But, smarter move from Sean apparently as he hits Sinister Serpent.
Zombira the Dark.
Gonna be able to grab
On the Nano side.
a nice chunk of life points by attacking a level 2. Or not.
Gonna use Econ to switch it to defense.
And now we'll fall to its 500 defense.
Good enough, it looks like. Good enough.
Dark in the grave for the Nano now, though.
There's the Wing Blast we were talking about. Wing Blast that back row. Now you're free to summon your Chaos Monster here. And Wing Blast is we've debated it on stream before, Scully, but in this position, Wing Blast fantastic. There's the Chaos Monster. We'll see if it's BLS. Alright, just a Chaos Sorcerer. You do just attack this. There's some free damage you're getting in.
Free damage. You know... Oh, he's gonna summon the Sinister too. Well, he knows his opponent's just drawn a spell or trap, so why not?
Yeah, you basically time walked him. And Sean is gonna pick his cards up.
Congratulations to the Nano on winning that duel. And the next match will be Slash Tap versus the Nano. Losers Finals.
Winner of GFC... I can't always... Oh, sorry. FLC 10, the Nano. Versus Slash Tap, Johnny Lee. Winner of ARG Philadelphia 2017.
And that will do it for the Chaos Warrior decks today, as Chaos Turbo is now in the finals of first, second, and third.
First, second, and third, baby.
It's funny, like we asked going into this tournament, how will Chaos figure out a way to deal with Warriors? And the answer was just by being itself.
So, I'm gonna say a little bit of inside baseball here. Let me see this here. I don't know if they've worked together. Let me check the rankings now. So MMF is currently grinding away at the Dueling Book rated ladder. And Johnny Lee's list is a couple cards different from MMF's list that they've been doing really well with on the ladder here.
Nano gonna win rock, paper, scissors to start off this set of Losers Finals.
I thought we were gonna have some time to to talk for a little bit, but we're just getting right into it.
They're ready. And Nano opening Delinquent Duo.
That's what you got to do if you want to win the tournament. Just keep opening Duo here.
So you're gonna hit.
Gotta get rid of her Geki Break. See what Johnny decides to discard on the second discard for Duo. Discarding a Solemn Judgment.
The Nano we see will go from playing these Chaos decks, then play a few tournaments with something that's like pretty innovative or some Rescue Cat type of deck, and kind of get beat up a little bit playing them, and then come back and use these Chaos decks and just go on great tournament runs again.
I guess they just decide when they want to like have fun or when like be serious and try to win.
Yeah, and if you're going to try to win, I think everyone that played today was really trying to win.
I think so.
This was a tournament of your peers, of other champions, to say who's the best of the best.
And Johnny's going to reply with a delinquent duo of his own. Going to roll the dice here. Let fate decide. Going to snipe an MST and Heavy Storm out of the Nano's hand. Nano says, I don't need these cards to beat you.
Well, it is nice knowing that you hit 2 trap cards already with your duo, so likely your Heavy and MST aren't going to be your strongest things right here. Yeah.
Right.
And Johnny just passing turn after that.
And you're just going to get duoed again, because...
No answer for the Faith.
It's Knight Assailant. Is there another... Oh, if he has another flip in hand, he could potentially discard that and just get it back.
No.
But no other flip in hand, just Regeki break number 2.
See, I would have thought you would set the Regeki break in a spot like that when your opponent just ditched Heavy and MST. I guess you don't want them... I mean, you'd rather them MST the Regeki break than duo you, right? And it sets you up if you drew something to use the Regeki break with. I think not setting it's a little strange there. He could have also not wanted to get Wing Blasted. Wanted to make sure he saw a new card, perhaps. I'm not sure. I'm a little surprised to see that be one of the discarded cards, though.
Well, Heavy Storm, that's a good one.
They don't have a book.
Ooh, that would be brutal. It's got a Solemn Judgment instead.
Keep that other card that is set.
There is no light in the graveyard, and there's nothing Johnny can really do here. Koichi. Gonna see another card. And I'm looking in the graveyard. Might have drew like a Book of Moon. 17 coming through.
Is the Nano... Have we seen the Nano use a reinforcement of the army?
I don't think so.
That's something we've seen from him in previous tournaments where like he has these little sets of warriors with like 1 Rota.
Johnny's gonna draw and set a card now.
So the winner will take on Kristopher Perovic in the grand finals. However, he knocked both these players down to the loser side of the bracket. So who will rise up from losers to try to take revenge?
Nano is just way ahead here. But I still see that there are spots where Johnny can sneak one out. Oh, well, not anymore.
So there's potential to be able to at least chain a Regeki break. Could have a Night Assailant in hand to trigger the other one. But yeah, not looking good. Okay, so Torrento's gone. Nano's going to drop down to 2,000. And Johnny's going to be straight up top decked.
It was double Chaos Sorcerer. Yikes. So still no light in that package for Johnny.
And Nano has also still not put a monster on the board this turn yet either.
No, they have not. They could just pass here. Could be another set monster. Gonna normal summon Koichi. And Johnny's just got a top deck, but that's doesn't do it because Wing Blast discarding Night Assailant. Night Assailant will get back Whatever. Doesn't matter.
Dekochi for 28.
It literally didn't matter.
He only had 6. He had 16, so he did need something big enough.
Yeah, he had stuff in the graveyard. It didn't matter. Like, he could have got back Faith for style points.
True, unless it was a Mimic level 1 engrave, it was gonna be lethal.
Okay. The Mimic level 1 that he doesn't play. He got it from Geist deck. I don't know, it just shuffled into my deck. DB's weird glitch.
Would it shock you?
Honestly, it would.
We've definitely seen some crazy glitches on Dueling Book before where cards that were not in the game have showed up on the screen.
Double duo.
Triple
and
duo.
then just some, triple duo really, but I think the double duo was kind of the nail in the coffin, and then just not being able to draw out of it. But that's game 1. You gotta win best 2 out of 3 here. So we'll see if Johnny can have a comeback here and push it to a game 3. Thunder Dragon's a good start. It's kind of wild how this format is so centered around Thunder Dragon that so many decks are trying to combat first turn discard a guy to get 2 of the same guy to the hand. It just does everything. It's so powerful.
So none of the players in the final 3 do have a Worlds invite yet, so we will be adding one more person to the list of.
So
Worlds
here's the Rhoda that
qualifiers.
you're talking about. First, he's going to use Thunder Dragon. Then, just showing him Rhoda, I'm going to go back into my deck and search for a new card.
You know, I mean, it's nice. You're also thinning your deck in a Chaos deck, which is always good, right?
And you're getting Mystic Swordsman to take care of Gravekeeper Spy here. Does set Johnny up for Light and Dark. Mystic Swordsman's not too threatening, just makes it so that you can't set anything, which Chaos Turbo does want to set its guys.
Right, as we see a normal summon of Dekochi here to get this off the board. And then if you're the Nano and have a card like Book of Moon here, do you even want to flip it?
Yeah, I don't think so. You just let it go. But nothing from Johnny to follow up with. And there's a Delinquent Duo on
Not
the
quite
Nano's end.
not quite as powerful this game.
No, definitely not. Likely a Thunder Dragon is going to be discarded. Johnny's discard, but we'll see if the Nano can hit something more substantial. Johnny's not setting anything. Do you think his grip could be like a thing of monsters? Wow, that was the worst card you could have picked with the duo. So set a monster on the Nano side. Get your Sinister back. I mean, Sinister does suck because they're going to keep that card. But would it have been worse to get, like, hit by duo and just hit both Thunder Dragons. I feel like Johnny would have discarded Sinister regardless, though. Because then you don't learn any new information about the hand. At least Sinister, you know. It's like, okay, well, now I know that there's a Sinister and a Thunder Dragon. I think it's still probably worse overall to just get Sinister. Alright, and then Tsukiyomi coming down for Johnny. Target is Dekoichi. See if this resolves. So getting through there, that was Magician of Faith. And he did get back Duo. He got back Reinforcements of the Army instead than Nano did. Makes sense. Duo is guaranteed to hit a Sinister Serpent. And if you have toolbox access with Rhoda, you might want to just grab that instead of Duo to take a card away from them.
Yeah, you're ready to get this Dekoichi off the field.
Yeah, grabbing the DD Warrior Lady here can't be outed by the Tsukiyomi. It's looking like that Johnny just has a grip full of monsters. But doesn't want to... Wants to play as, like... They want to play, like, not as many cards as possible. Just, like, bare minimum for what they need to do, I think. Don't want to overcommit to the board here. Kaiko's here.
I think you're right about a handful of monsters.
We know there's a Thunder Dragon, a Tsukiyomi, and a Sinister Serpent. And then 4 cards we don't know about. Kaiko picks up the Lights in the Graveyard, leaving the Nano with just an Earth. And DD Warrior Lady kind of forced to banish itself and Kaiko. And now Johnny's going to set some cards. Mind Control coming out from Johnny here. Great sideboard attack. Flipping up Night Assailant. Think that's fine. Triggers, but nothing happens. Can't tribute this off for
anything.
Anything. and gets the guy back. So not the best mind control. I still think that if you have it there, you probably want to use it.
Right.
Like, you're happier if you had knock. I think you wanted to knock first before you mind controlled. Just because mind control can also be used as an out to chaos monsters. Like, if I mind controlled there and I float Nightus down, I'd be like, alright, that was decent, but I wanted that to be deco, you know? Or like a spy. Nano's thinking here. He's still got Thunder Dragons in his hand.
And one left in hand for Slash.
For Johnny, as well as a Sinister and a Tsukiyomi that we know about.
Possibly the Sinister set. By setting the Sinister, you can either let your opponent waste a possible removal card on it, or you can tribute it for the Thunder Dragon next turn, if they don't do anything to it. Walk your opponent into a Torrential here.
Yeah. Well, here comes a Tribute Summon Thunder Dragon. Just Sinister Serpent.
Johnny ready to drop a Chaos Monster.
Here he comes. Chaos Sorcerer into 4 back rows.
No heavy played yet either, so the Nano likely with a Solemn Judgment set. Clean Banish on the Thunder Dragon.
Keeping him off lights. Still has a Thunder Dragon in the hand. But now it's just going to set a monster here. Set a back row. Pass it over. MST on the fresh. That was Regeki Break.
Good end phase hit there. When your opponent has Thunder Dragon and Sinister Serpent.
Attacking in with Chaos Sorcerer, going to be hit with a Ring of Destruction. Both players are going to take 23 instead of just the Nano. Dropping Nano down to 28, though.
But probably good that Nano is able to use that ring now before flipping over a Solemn later.
Precisely. Does get precarious because that puts him in range for Solemn Judgments on Johnny's side. Or not Solemn Judgments, Ring of Destructions. Could also be met with Solemn Judgment.
Mind Control here, perhaps a Suki to go with this Magician.
We know that it's in the hand.
Knowing your opponent has Mind Control definitely can hold you back too. And not gonna summon the Suki.
Now just gonna set another monster. I think that's all right.
Yeah, you can still summon Suki next turn.
Mm-hmm. Because it's like, if they mind, like, now that you show them that you have the mind control, they're now going to be thinking about it. So they don't want to make a play that loses to mind control.
And it gets your magician not to be mind controlled of it on its own. So like if you reset that magician there and then nano rip mind control, would be far worse than just setting a monster.
And this set's going to be able to likely resolve, if it is a flip effect. It could be the Tsukiyomi itself. Could be Sinister Serpent. If they had like another monster, they could try to. Was Tsukiyomi itself? And that's another thing they could have been playing around the Torrential Tribute. So now Johnny still has their normal summon for the turn. They can set a new monster, or they'll summon their Kaiko. And there's nothing particular. Oh, there's a Night Assailant. That's a good one to grab. If this connects. And it would drop Nano down to 1,000 if it does. Looks like it is. It's gonna banish the rest of them in there. Yeah, I think that was a really smart play by Johnny to just set the Tsukiyomi the next turn to play around that Torrential. Set it for the next turn, that is. But Snatch Steal gonna take care of or gonna take control of Kaiko.
That connected.
And that did connect.
Kind of surprising. There wasn't a Book of Moon, there wasn't a Mystical, there wasn't a Trap card, nothing to stop this. However, too many Lights and Darks engraved for Nano to get rid of all of them.
I mean, this might have been, it might be Solemn Judgments down for Johnny, and he just didn't want to get into like a solemn at this moment, because that would put him down too low in life where that Kaiko could be lethal.
Heavy Storm could clear the path to victory.
Yeah, if he just has like a Heavy Storm and then Solemn for Solemn for Solemn.
A Heavy, get it Solemn, summon a Breaker. But he's just
It's
passing.
another way to go through it.
Setting more cards.
Maybe he's content with gaining life?
No Nobleman from Nano yet.
Ooh, there is no Nobleman from Nano. There it is. Face down, just chilling. It's just a Sinister Serpent. I mean, that's... Now there's no, like, hate or blocking the attack.
This might get solemned. He's gonna book, okay.
Now does that get solemned? Doesn't look like it. And he set the Regeki last turn. It wasn't set previously when the Snatch Steal came up.
Yeah, that's the new card. So, 2 lights and 2 darks in Johnny's grave. None for the Nano.
And that Kaiko can't be flipped back up. He did declare an attack.
Right.
That is relevant here if Johnny does have a Chaos or top decks into a Chaos.
Both players can still draw Pot of Greed and Graceful Charity. So...
That too.
No one really has a firm holding on this game yet.
There's a lot of swings that could happen.
The Nano using Book of Moon is also interesting because he is in Ring of Destruction death range.
Gonna go ahead and normal summon Dekoichi. It's only 900 from an attack. Oh? Torrential Tribute. We'll take care of both monsters then.
That's brutal after just saving the Kaiku with the Book of Moon.
Oh yeah, that is.
Solomon here could mean the end of your game too. If there's a follow-up, he's only gonna have 500 life points. Then
yeah, and he could just let Solemn go too. Even if he has like another Solemn set of his own. Because you could, if you say like the Nano sets a card on top of summoning the Dekoichi there, you could just solemn that if you're Johnny.
I don't think you're happy to see that Torrential there.
No, that was unfortunate. Do you think you should have just set the D? Oh no, because he knows he has the mind control. That's why. So he couldn't set it, and now here's heavy. And it was solemn, and just showing him Chaos Sorcerer. Will we see the other card? No, we won't. Nano's just gonna dig in, but we're going to game 3. Yeah, that's why he had the normal summon, is because he knew that Johnny still had the mind control, so he couldn't set that. Just give Johnny another card. So even with Delinquent Duo, wasn't amazing. Players just taking their time to decide here. And shout out to everybody on YouTube and Twitch coming out today, watching these champions square off against each other. All to see who will earn an invitation to the World Championship, the GOAT format. And if you want to get involved, head on over to goatformat.com, www.goatformat.com, and check out the link to our Discord. Also, check out GoFormat for announcements on upcoming tournaments. We'll start Game 3 here. No explosive start from Nano this time, just getting set. Johnny starting with the Thunder Dragon.
The winner of this will go on to Grand Finals, and the winner of that match, or the winner of Grand Finals, will receive an invite to the World Championship, and pretty big tournament win to win a Clash of Champions.
Yeah, like we were saying before, this is kind of like a mini, right?
We are at the halfway point to the World Championships. It'll be 6 months from now. There's still plenty of time for people to qualify. Get a chance at winning the belt you see on screen.
Ooh, Delinquent Duo. So there's a debate going on. Do you think it's right to Duo first, or do you show them Thunder Dragon then Duo?
I always Duo before I give any other information. I think the bigger debate is, do you side out Duo?
It looks like it's not even going to resolve here, because it's just going to... I think that was terrible, honestly, but...
Well, Nano didn't want to play with...
If the hand is good enough, I don't know. It just seems like paying $4,000 to just get MST'd
Well, if you don't
I'm
count
happy.
if you don't count those Thunder Dragons in hand for slash here, then that leaves him with only 4 cards to Banana will have 6 cards on his turn.
Right, and unlike a deck that has Metamorphosis, they can't do something where like they Metamorphosis a Dark Monster and then summon a Chaos to kill you.
Definitely debatable if Solomon there is correct or not, but I don't think it's inherently bad. I gotta say too, I don't know all the best plays of these Chaos decks running Solemn.
I could totally be wrong. I don't know. It really depends on your hand, I would think.
Yeah, I think it's pretty easy to determine with Warriors just because of like the tempo of the game and controlling the monsters on board of when you Solemn or not. Whereas with the Chaos deck, I think it's very different.
I just really don't love it. I mean, he got rid of 2 Dekoichis, so maybe there's Dekoichi hanging out in the hand. We'll set it there. 3 Dekoichis away from Johnny.
Well, it was nice to hit those darks for Nano too, since your opponent's already got the Thunder Dragons rolling.
Mm-hmm. I kind of wish Johnny would have just summoned Dekoichi and attacked. You know? Could have guaranteed like the Dark in the Grave.
Yeah, but setting it against an empty field is great because if you get to flip it the next turn, you're in an awesome position.
Yeah, I mean you are just doing it at that point.
That's like setting it turn 1. Like he just said, you take 4,000 damage, and I set Dekoichi to your blank field.
I
clear ended that turn. So
yeah, I clear a back row. You take 4,000 damage. I'm getting rid of with Nobleman, and I'm also going to get the T set. Well, they didn't T set, but I get to set my card here.
And I'm going to bring Johnny back up to starting life points.
Thunder Dragons, so now Light and Dark, but Kaiko's on the board, shutting the graveyard off.
So a Wing Blast would at least get the Kaiku off the board and not put a Light and Dark in grave.
Nano, it's just going to set a monster, it seems like. And another back row as well. So 2 Thunder Dragons in the hand for Nano, and we're not sure of. Johnny's got 2 Thunder Dragons of their own. Gonna try to attack in here. It's Magician of Faith. I think this is the spot where you get back up, Sir Goblin. You're not enthused, but it's a new card.
Well, we saw from pretty much Johnny's first turn that Nano wasn't planning on being ahead in life points this game.
No. What's another 1,000 to have to do? And that got him into Pot of Greed.
I don't know, do you feel like...
And that got him into Charity.
Wow. You know, Nano's deck does have like a couple extra outs to like a card like Kaiku too, playing the reinforcements with Exiled in the deck.
Yeah, they could just go get Exiled, just pop it, and then go off from there. It does take up the normal summon. Alright, here's Kaiko.
The great
Kaiko
debate. Do you attack
add
or
the
break?
counter. I think you gotta try to attack here.
Oh, he's got a lot of new cards, who knows?
Maybe, maybe not.
Could have Snatch Steal.
It depends. Based on my information, I think
Snatch Steal would be amazing.
well, Snatch would be really good. You break and then you Snatch?
Not a Regeki break. So
It was a Sakuretsu armor.
not attacking was correct. But no Snatch Steal. Unless...
Trap Dust Shoot from Nano's side. We're going to get a peek at the hand. We know 2 Thunder Dragons are there. So find out what these last 3 cards are. Nano's going to write it down. So 2 Thunder Dragons, Tsukiyomi, Magician of Faith, and Snatch Steel. Now that is not
an easy choice. I really think we can't speculate at all without knowing Nano's cards.
Yeah, it's... He's got to think about it himself, too. Well, I was gonna say that it's not 5 cards that really can break through 3 back rows.
Yeah, the Suki's definitely scary because that means both of your back rows have to be answers to protect breaker, whereas you're more likely one of them can probably answer the snatch anyway.
I mean,
I don't even know if Johnny's
Johnny
gonna attack.
You might not attack here. You don't want to get sacrificed yourself. Wing Blast is an issue. So it's hard to kind of set the Magician of Faith. Your graveyard doesn't have the greatest spells. You only have Nobleman and Duo to choose from, and Duo was going to hit a Thunder Dragon. But we're just going to see them set Faith. Not go for anything else. And no follow-up on the set Faith here from the Nano. I mean, I would think that... I guess you want to see the card if you do have Blast first.
Yeah, no reason not
see if you can clear Kaiko. You don't want to just gun it and then be like, oh, I can't actually do anything versus this. Because you can still just attack it with Breaker. You know they have Snatch, too.
I think you have to attack it now, otherwise they could snatch, attack, and then if you have like Mirror Force or something, you could snatch back again.
Yeah, I think that
but Duo
leaving the thing face down is not good.
Duo's in grave as well.
Yeah, it's like, do you want to get Duo back? It'd be Mega Brain if you like set a card that wasn't good, like a monster, and then they got back Knock. Ooh, Book of Moon. Okay, so proactive Book of Moon to turn the graveyard back on, and then battle phase attack that one. Okay.
You get a main phase 2 banish.
Oh, the BLS. All right, that's good.
Solemn for the snatch.
Yeah, you gotta have something for the Solemn then, or for the Snatch. There's the second Trap Dust Shoot getting Sangan out of the new card. Oh, man. I don't know now. Yeah, you just had it. Well, that's actually fine, I think, because this puts you out of ring range. I mean, I don't think you don't die from ring here anyway. You're just taking 76 total, unless there was another monster to add to the board, like if he drew a monster per turn.
He needs a Graceful Charity.
Yeah, Johnny was just picked apart by Dust Shoots. Whoa, on time!
No Solemn.
No Solemn, it seems like. Oh, man.
He just turned 2 Dead Thunder Dragons into 3 unknown cards against the Nano.
Oh, man. I mean, if he would have saved the Snatch deal for I guess you try to snatch first and then you graceful. And there's a BLS of his own.
What a freaking graceful.
Oh man. Does this resolve? Summon's fine. You're gonna use priority now to. Yeah, it looks like they're gonna banish the BLS themselves. It is a precarious position for both players here.
This was looking hopeless seconds ago. And now it's anybody's game.
That's the power of Graceful Charity plus Thunder Dragon. Just setting both cards. MST. Which one we got? He flipped a coin. Oh, and that was a lethal Ring of Destruction.
Wow.
Oh my gosh. What a hit. Heavy Storm Snatch. There was the bluff card destruction.
Is he in the battle phase? Oh man.
Oh, because he didn't have a dark. So he had to go to the battle phase to ram it. Oh, and the positioning mattered again. If he would have summoned this in defense, he couldn't have done that.
Yeah. Yep.
And there's no Snatch Steal. Nano has 2 cards. They're both Thunder Dragons. Or one of them's a Thunder Dragon. No, they're no Thunder Dragon. Terrible.
Those are the little things that make such a difference.
Slash tab Pot of Greed. That's what he's looking for.
At this level of play, like, even though you're excited that you just drew Graceful Charity, Ring of Destruction, BLS off of your dead hand, like, you still got to think about those little micro things of this BLS should have been in defense mode.
Oh, man. And Nano's just looking. Johnny wants Pot of Greed. Did he get it? I think he would have just slammed it. No, he's just going to set a card here. Oh, wow.
And Nano needs to end this quick before Johnny gets too many cards to get over his 600 remaining life points.
Start by switching that guy to attack mode and trying to battle here. Magic Cylinder. We saw it earlier. It was Sakuretsu Armor, though. And then another Chaos Sorcerer. Okay. Johnny's still looking for Pot of Greed. Oh, Johnny looking at the graveyard. There wasn't anything in there, it seemed like.
Gonna get another turn still.
In all caps now, Pot. I think he's asking a little too much here. Beggars cannot be choosers.
that's going to do it.
Phoenix Wing Blast, you're setting your end. What's the next card, Pot agreed?
So the Nano will go on to face Chris Perovic in the grand finals.
What a back and forth incredible game.
So Nano was sent to losers by Chris, I believe, back in round. Let's take a look here.
It was round 2.
Round 2. The Nano knocked down Chris, and then Nano would go on to face Crashful, Stevie, Dingo Sig, his rival Geist, Max Effort, and then take out Slash Tap here.
We had to beat 2 YCS champions, a national champion, ARG champion, and a FLC champion in order to get this far.
Meanwhile, Chris's route, I believe he defeated round 1 the Austria national champion, then took out the Nano. His teammate Bellido did concede the match to him, so that was lucky on Chris's part to not have to play that round. Then eliminated Geist, took down Slash Tap here, and is ready to take back on the Nano.
And we're in the game now, and looks like Chris is gonna go first.
So arguably, this could be Chris Perovic's biggest tournament win to date. Chris did not qualify for this tournament by winning a Shonen Jump or a YCS. It was through winning a FLC last year. His only major win. So, I guess
Chris has come close to winning events before.
Right.
He definitely has a lot of tops under his belt, but not an actual like YCS or Shonen Jump win.
Both these players here on the merits of their FLCs, so...
I mean, is just a monster at Yu-Gi-Oh! And GOAT format in general, though, so...
But this is a chance for a big W right now.
And Chris started off with just setting a card.
A chance to win a tournament of your peers.
Yeah. Chris started off with just setting a card, and the Nano replied with Pot of Greed, a card that Johnny Lee was looking for last duel. MST on the back row hitting Torrential Tribute. This is a mirror match between Chaos Turbo decks.
Very different philosophies on building these decks, though.
Oh yeah, they are very different.
I don't believe we saw any Gravekeeper Spies from the Nano. I think he opted for that Warrior package instead. And the Wing Blast on Nano side compared to the Rageki Breaks for Chris. I do think both players are playing Upstart Goblins, though.
It looks like they both have Upstart Goblin. Chris has a sideboard that looks like it's more in tune with combating the Warrior deck. Does have some stuff versus Scapegoat as well. Respected Chaos in his side deck as well. Nano here. We know Nano's definitely siding that Warrior junk. But it seems to be working out for him. So T-set after MST Pot agreed. Gonna allow Nano to flip his Dekoichi after Chris just set a card, another back row and pass. Graceful Charity here. These limited cards are very, very good. And shout out to GOAT Community Italia. They event today. Have to check out the results of that one. They're raiding with a party of 9 here on our Twitch. Welcome, welcome to our Italian comrades. MST in the end phase for the new set of Mirror Force after swinging in with the train. Chris is going to graceful charity of his own. But Nano's going to think if they want that to resolve or do have the option to Solemn Judgment there. And it's going to go through.
It looks like Matt Uber took the win for the Go Format Italia tournament today, so congratulations on qualifying for the World Championships to Matt.
Yeah, that was a World Qualifier event. Oh, and then the Snatch Steal. Tsukiyomi, your guy down. Get the Upstart Goblin.
Matt apparently won with Stein OTK.
Whoa, nice. Congratulations. Those Italian tournaments, they always have the cool wins.
So Chris,
at least to me.
Chris Racine here, kind of a similar way that he took down Geist with the Snatch Steal in your monster, Tsuki locking you with it. So
well, we got pot agreed.
Abuse Geist, Dark Mimic level 1, and looking to do the same with Dekochi now. But yeah, pot agreed. Ton of cards for the Nano still. And
no Thunder Dragon for the Nano side.
Yeah, 2 of these cards for the 5 here for Chris are Thunder Dragons, keep in mind.
And we do know 1 Tsukiyomi. No Torrential left. So Nano is sort of free to just summon a bunch of guys if he's able.
I do believe even beyond this event, Nano and Chris have played quite a few times against each other. I don't think Nano is probably one of those players that's particularly intimidated about playing against Chris.
I mean, you can't really even if you are, you can't really let it get to you. So Book of Moon on the Koichi again, gonna get the draw. And this is what Turbo does. It just wants to draw its all good cards, all the Chaos Monsters. Just assemble a turn where it can just do a lot and kill you. Either kill you or establish a board that's very hard to break.
Outing the Spies will keep Chris out of having any darks in his grave yet. Tsukiyomi, not the easiest monster to get into your graveyard.
No, you kind of have to work to get that monster in the grave.
And even a little harder with Warrior Lady out. So Nano able to summon Chaos Monster here because Chris's Snatch is gone, and he has no lights and darks in grave.
Gonna attack in there for 38. Drop Chris down to 28. Chris does have Tsukiyomi. He could do a play like summon Tsukiyomi, book DD Warrior Lady, and then crash into Chaos Sorcerer. That'll put Light and Dark in the grave. It's not perfect, but it gets there.
And a little simpler version of your play here by just doing it with the Dekochi.
Yeah, doing it with the Koichi is you're taking less damage here. And if they have something like a Book of Moon, then well, they're booking your Dekoichi.
No, they would book their Chaos Sorcerer.
True, that's better. And Chaos Sorcerer of their own. Keep it in attack mode. Because of the GD Warrior Lady, you want them to take more damage here. But it did use the normal summon. Oh, and that's not. Well, there's a ring. Didn't matter either way, but if that was something like a spy from... well, we don't think he's on spy in the main, I don't think. If it was like another Dekoichi, could have flipped that up and summoned another random monster, just attacked in.
So the Nano won 7 matches in a row to get here. Chris won 4, technically, since Dale scooped.
It's definitely been a longer day for the Nano. That's just the nature of getting knocked into losing, though. I've been there.
Oh yeah, round 1 loss is not an easy day no matter what format of a tournament you're playing, really.
Yeah. Alright, Chris is going to start a little bit faster this time. Instead of just setting a card, going to use Graceful. Getting rid of Faith and Sagan. We'll see a T-set here at the very least. Do we want to add another card, Chris? Looks like we will. And passing Pariah in the draw step, just gonna fire off Trap Dust Shoot. I know, it sucks that I drew Sorcerer. Did they have no other monsters in their hand? But
Pot, Graceful, Nobleman, 2 Thunder Dragon.
oh, wow.
So yeah, double sucks. But if you're gonna draw extra Thunder Dragons,
That would be the hand to do so.
yeah, I think so.
That's a really good hand still. I mean, you don't get the extra card out of the Thunder Dragon, unfortunately, but you're fine with getting Dust Shooted there. You'll just replace your whole hand for the most part. Wonder if Chris has a second Dust Shoot after all these draw cards resolve. Just flip Dust Shoot up. Take a peek, find out what's new. And we're going to see those Thunder Dragons likely hit the graveyard. Into the bin for you. No meta crossout. Going to hit Dekoichi. See how many each player banishes. We know that there's at least one in the deck for Chris. They're both going to get rid of all 3, seems like. And I'm still looking for his third. There it is. Upstart Goblin. I like the sequencing here. Get to shuffle your deck after you hit this Dekoichi. Draw a new card for Upstart. Heavy Storm now. Picking up MST. Then Delinquent Duo. Just
wow.
Trinity after getting Dust Shooted.
After
I think
opening double Thunder Dragon and getting Dust Shooted, his other cards were just that powerful.
I think he got the duo off of the Upstart.
definitely potential Magician of Faith in Nano's hand at this point. I don't know, I guess the verdict is out that you should be playing Upstart Goblin in these decks. Both
It
players in the
seems
finals.
very good here.
BLS for game? I guess still
Doesn't look like it. Well, Magician of Faith now. Get back to pot of greed. I like it.
Still
Just poke it in there.
There's still 9,000 life points you gotta clear before it's over, so...
You're still alive. The position looks bad, but you're not dead. Tsukiyomi would be brutal here from the Nano. Nobleman just as good. Getting rid of the spies.
Man, I was just about to say Spy could be a way for Chris to get back into this game, since we still don't have any darks for the Nano. That would have been a nice wall to sit behind. Yeah, Nano not trying to get BLS for game, though, switching this Magician to defense now.
Yeah, it's figuring that it's not worth it anymore. Well, upstart from his opponent. And here's Duo right back at you. We know there's not any Thunder Dragons in the hands. These are going to hit some cards. Ooh, BLS. And the Exiled Force.
You know, Nano's Dekochis are gone. The Thunder Dragons are gone. No Dark. How's Nano going to deal with the 7,700 damage?
Now that BLS is gone, I'm not sure. He's got to find dark monsters. Sangan would be a good one. I feel like Sangan would be like the best one. Gotta switch the Faith into attack mode. I think he needs to fix his life still. What happened here?
Yeah, he gained 90 by accident.
Yeah. There he goes. Alright. We're all Gucci.
So what was the plan for attacking that Magician of Faith?
I don't know. He seemed to know it was Magician of Faith. Like, he took it off. Trying to take 100 off. Chris just got his Graceful back.
Like, what is the scenario where you want this? Like, this Magician was in defense. It's not like he flipped it and then just said, well, let me attack into whatever set. Like, he switched it to attack mode and then attacked.
I have no idea, man.
And even Chris with 6 darks banished still has 3 in the grave already. I don't know. Anyone in chat got a reason for that Magician of Faith to switch to attack to enlighten us with?
Let us know.
I mean, best case scenario, that was a Sinister, right?
Then why did he take off the 100 right away? It seemed like he knew it was going to be Fate.
Yeah. And even if it was Sinister, what does that do for you?
I mean, because Sinister could just come down the next and attack the Fate. Trade with it. Chris thinking real long. Any day now, Kristopher. Can't be this hard.
Okay, he really needs to decide what he's discarded here. Ah, Chris Perovic, who declares he never looks at the grave. Hand must have slipped.
Thank you. Couldn't have been that hard. Alright, so summoning Chaos Sorcerer after ditching Thunder Dragon in the hands. Knew was there before. Oh, we didn't know it was there. He was just thinking about if he wanted to discard it or not, it seemed like.
Yeah, that was a new Thunder Dragon that he drew off the Graceful.
And a Kaiko. And it's just going to banish this guy instead.
Interesting that he banished the Kaiku, too.
Well, he still had a dark and a light regard.
Banishing the Kaiku at least could mean you potentially have a return in your deck.
It is something that you might want to make them think about. No chaining Phoenix Wing Wind Blast here for the Nano. Maybe they should have. Because here's a lethal Chaos Sorcerer. Just kidding, it's bigger, it's BLS.
I mean, they were on top deck mode either way.
Having seen the attack with the Magician of Faith and all the cards that were left after, it is now clear that there was no logic I understand for doing that play.
I thought you had some kind of revelation that you're like, oh,
He was gonna force him to get the duo.
or something. Right, so game 3 here.
Between the Nano and Chris Perovic.
Chris wins. He will be the Clash of Champion winner, and a world invite will be secured. If Nano wins, that will be 8 matches in a row won, and it will go on to reset the bracket.
We'll have to do this again. There's a solemn judgment on the Nobleman a crossout after a T-set from the Nano.
I gotta think it was just to protect a Dekochi too.
It's just gonna get mind controlled, so it doesn't matter.
Now this could be Sangan.
Chris is asking if it's Jar. Wow, it's Morphing Jar? What a sicko! Oh my gosh. That was in fact a gamble. They could have just set Sangan instead. Oh jeez.
I have no words.
Not like this. Well, I mean, it doesn't guarantee that like whatever Chris has set is like anything real. Like it could be something like Snatch and Knock of his own or something, or maybe not Knock, but
Well, Nano's gonna get back the Jar, and he's gonna get Serpent.
yeah, if he has like Book of Moon for his Jar, he can just book it, flip it back up. And that's what I think Chris is going to play around here. Just set a bunch of stuff. But if Nano has like a Heavy Storm too on top of all this.
Heavy Storm is gonna be the key factor here.
Yeah, that would be brutal. Because yeah, Chris drew 5 cards and then a bunch more on top of it with Pot of Greed and Upstarts. Alright, Trap Dust Shoot, so we are going to get a peek at what the Nano may be up to. This 7-card hand.
You really think Chris is gonna type out the hand?
I would like them to.
Wanna make a bet?
I want a policy where if you're streaming the game, and you don't just do Banish Hand, that we could give you a warning for not being courteous to the stream.
I think Chris actually has typed out the hand in the past for us as well.
Alright, so it's Sinister, Nobleman, Book of Moon. Oh my god, Book of Moon. Upstart, Sorcerer, and 2 Phoenix Wing Windblast.
So the Sinister's gonna go back. Oh, he has Sorcerer.
He's got Book of Moon.
Yeah, I mean, Chris has got Regeki Break for this, I'm sure. I guess you just go for like the set everything Book of Moon play though, right? If he's got the Regeki Break, he's got it. You already gambled this far.
He's gonna throw out Upstart first
They might
instead.
at least try to get to the potentially get to the heavy, right?
Just kidding. Gonna change the sequencing up a bit. No, he's doing your play, Scully, I think. Gonna upstart first. After all these sets.
This way you can Heavy Storm destroy your own cards.
Interesting. Maybe they were trying to play around a second dust shoot?
That makes more sense.
But if they are, their line is that they're gonna go the Book of Moon, flip jar back up, then you're just gonna get dust shooted after the jar resolves, I would think. Now instead they're just gonna attack. Okay.
Yeah, Chris does not want to see this jar ever get flipped again.
Yeah, you wait to the end phase after they set everything.
Doesn't want to risk it in any potential way. Like, always could have held this ring to chain to.
Whoa! What if... Oh, if, like, you kept the book in hand because you know that there's blasts? So, like, you could keep the book in hand, set both the wing blasts, and then when they try to ring, you just chain book.
Would have been a great play.
Because then you still have a wing blast up, and then you have that other card too.
Yeah. That would have been about as big of a read as Chris calling out that being Morphin Jar.
Yeah. Because Chris must have saw it game like in the first match they played earlier on in the tournament.
Right. We certainly haven't seen it all day on stream.
No, we did not. No follow-up from the Nano. Instead, gonna use Phoenix with Wind Blast during their turn to put the set card on top of the deck. An amazing play that I've actually seen MF do is when they activated Upstart Goblin with like a set monster, and then you just like wing blast the set monster, so they just draw that monster back. I'm sure that might have come up for either one of those guys.
Not a bad spot to summon a breaker.
No. Breakering an MST, ugh. Hitting Solemn Judgment. It is not looking too great for the Nano.
No, this really is just going Chris's way in like every direction.
That morphing jar was super good for Chris, it seemed like.
I don't blame Nano for summoning a chaos monster here at all. It's time to
just
go for some damage.
You gotta go for it here. You have Phoenix Wing Wind Blast.
Nothing else is working.
Oh, sorry, it's Book of Moon that he has left, and Sinister in the hand. Upon entering battle phase, what do you have? A
Threatening Roar?
I guess you could, like, Regeki Break. Dust Tornado on Book of Moon? Okay.
I mean, he could still flip it, so...
Nano Wing Blast last turn, right? So like Chris is just drawing the monster that was set before.
Yep. Still no.
And so they got a set.
Snatch is good.
Yeah, and they preempted it with Dust. And then Tsukiyomi. Wow. What a powerful card. Attack, attack.
Yeah, Chris wanted to make sure that Nano was not going to book his own monster face down.
Just asking kindly for Nano not to top deck a power spell here. And setting another monster, or setting another back row. Ending the turn, adding Tsukiyomi back to the hand. One time for the one. What is Nano gonna draw?
This could be it. Final turn of the tournament. Well, it won't be the final turn. Final turn for Nano, maybe.
Maybe. A DD Warrior Lady attack? Regeki break? That's the tournament.
Congratulations to Chris.
Congratulations.
Great showing by the Nano.
Great showing by everyone who decided to play today.
And that will wrap it up. We will have deck lists on goatformat.com in the coming days, and information for playing our next tournaments. And that'll be it. So, Scully, signing